My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. Yeah, we've got a lot of people in the show who are concerned about the fate of our nation, who have come to the center of the political spectrum to talk about it. And I've got some people in here who don't believe that I'm being censored. Yeah. And I've been fighting such an incredible battle against the censorship since I started that anybody who believes that I'm not being censored, I don't want in the show anymore. Okay? So it includes operators. Anybody who doesn't believe that I'm being censored, I want you out of the show. All right? Let's start with that. I don't have any public ISP. I don't. I have a VPN to prevent people from attacking and DDoSing me directly. I've been attacked every night. People brag about making money on it. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Anybody denying the Holocaust is also somebody I'd kick out of here. We don't support holohoax theories here. We also don't support flat earth theories here. So now anybody who thinks that I'm not being censored, don't come back to the show. Period. Period. That includes operators. I have had it with people trying to convince people of what's been happening against me for the past 11 years. I tell you simple things like I've got lockdown subscriber lists, lockdown follower lists on Twitter. You don't get that that's called censorship? When people try to join me and subscribe to me and follow me, nothing happens. So let's face it. If I can't get people, like-minded people, to understand this third party is being censored on a big level, then there's no point in being here. Now, we've got two very serious people who are trying to, do the right thing here and expose the corruption in our government. And they're being treated like it's a joke. The Republicans claim that Donald Trump didn't get a chance to face his accusers. They haven't read the Constitution. The House delivered the impeachment articles because they were in the inquiry stage of discovery, much like a detective looking into a crime. You don't get to call the detective saying, oh, by the way, I didn't do it. They're going to be looking at you either way. Now, the coronavirus is also one of those issues that's becoming kind of problematic. We're wondering how bad it really is and how did it start? So we'll be taking a look at the coronavirus and the panic that's ensuing right now. There's a race to build a 1,000-person hospital in Wuhan. These are the clips of some of the vehicles that are moving around, moving dirt to create the base for their foundation for their hospital. You're looking at it right there. The bed's starting to be built in the Wuhan area. Video shows a huge fleet of diggers working at the same time in a race to build a hospital in just 10 days. Now, they said it was going to be a 6-day build, but now it's 10 days. But a hospital was built in 2003 during the SARS outbreak similarly. So the Chinese are working diligently to do this. I'm a little concerned that there was a bioweapons testing lab in Wuhan, and now this is the source of the terrible disaster. And there was ample evidence to suggest that this was out of control. And the Chinese government didn't do anything to prevent this from happening. No, the argument that I have been doing this show for 11 years and in 9 years, we went from 0 to 1,000 subscribers in a short period of time. And then in 9 years, we haven't had one new subscriber. And I've been talking about this show on a daily basis and introducing our even Twitter lead, which we fought hard for people to follow us. And I haven't had any new followers in the past 9 years either. Now that alone is proof of censorship. Period. Plus, we're being hosed down on a daily basis, DDoSed at every level. And I got people in here who claim to be supporters who don't believe I'm being censored. I don't want you in here. I don't want you in the show. So just stay away, okay? Thank you. Anyone who doesn't believe that I'm being censored, stay out of here. Yeah, when the people I think should see the truth don't see the truth, then I realize I'm not connecting to my own supporters. Pete Buttigieg is here. We're going to mute you from the show. Yeah, you're not allowed to come into the show because you're not a supporter. And frankly, Pete, you seem like a CIA plant from the McKinsey Group. You can't talk about 3 years of time you were with a CIA PR firm called the McKinsey Group. That's pretty messed up. Yeah, we know that you're a CIA plant, Pete. No point in pretending. It is an honest measure. I'm afraid you can't come in here with your nonsense. The fact is, we got a hacking list of ISPs here. Look at them. Insane Canadians just tracking them. I don't track your ISPs, but these are people that are attacking our show. Yeah, unfortunately, my problem really is nothing like Donald Trump's problem. So I'd rather focus on Donald Trump's problem tonight, okay, than making it all about the censorship. But we're going to be losing certain people in the show because they just don't believe we're being censored. And I honestly am not doing this for my health. And if you don't understand that censorship is real, then you're really not on board with the whole program. There's no point in even being here. Now, also bear in mind that I'm building a platform outside of this show that is potentially going to kick these censors on YouTube in their ass. We're going to bring out nonstop video 24/7 coming up in 2021. When the end of Flash occurs, I'm going to have a nonstop video show 24/7 showing videos that YouTube censors just to get back in their face. And I've got a viewership that's much bigger than you see in the chat rooms. Now, if you think for a second that this is just a small situation, you've got a few chatters here, all of that is controlled. The people that come in here are actually allowed to come in here. For some reason, maybe you trolled with Mark and on his show, Mark lets you in. Maybe you're a regular IP user, but we've had people like Techwalla, who's very, very good, provides us excellent information, great links. His entire account has been banned at Vaughn. These are just some of the things that we do. We offer alternative viewing that you would never see on YouTube because of the censorship factor. Now, I'm just talking about censorship on YouTube at this point. I'm not in any way exhibiting hate or hate speech. We're merely talking about what has been happening in the country for some time. Now, that's what the American people are facing. Meanwhile, Donald Trump has become more and more of a painted liar in the eyes of the American people. The Lev Parnas interview was published in which he actually talked directly to Donald Trump in the video, and we'll be playing that for you a little bit later. Well, I can play it right now from CNN. Donald Trump talked to Lev Parnas, who he says he never talked to and doesn't know. Let's start with that lie right now.
We had gotten a transcript of this initially. Now you're actually able to hear and see some of this dinner that happened with donors to the president in 2018 at his hotel just a few blocks away from the White House. And what's important to keep in mind as you're listening to this is these are two men who were indicted on campus. He has these pictures that you're seeing there with him. But of course, he's president and he takes pictures with lots of people. But now with this audio that goes for over an hour long, you're seeing that the president was at a pretty intimate dinner with these two men. You can hear their voices on the audio. It's not confirmed conclusively that it's them, of course. CNN wasn't at that dinner, but you can hear them, and it sounds just like Lev Parnas, who's been doing several interviews. And listen to this exchange that the president had with him about the dynamics between Russia and Ukraine, where the president is asking how long they think Ukraine could last if they got into an actual combat with Russia.
They have everything there. They're just right now waiting for your support a little bit to make sure, because obviously if they go on their own, Russia won't let them do it because they'll cut off a lot of their revenue.
How long have they lasted a fight with Russia?
Not very long. I don't think very long. Without us, not very long.
Without us.
Without us, no. But Russia also, keep in mind, talks a big game, but they're not ready to. They're not ready to play.
Okay, there you heard him talking to Lev Parnas, a man who he claims he doesn't know, and he's been in over 10 photographs with, like this one right there. You heard him talking to Lev Parnas on that one, asking how long Ukraine would last in a war with Russia. It's more and more obvious that Donald Trump is doing Russia's bidding. And by holding back $400 million for Ukraine's defense for 84 days, it has put Ukraine in a very vulnerable position. It really has. And it's unfortunate that we are now dealing with a president who's clearly lying about everything. Everything. And, you know, we found out last night that Trump was actually in another conversation that's been recorded and that Lev brought forth, saying he wanted to take out Yovanovitch. Take her out, he said. This is, yeah, the wording, take her out. Now, what does that mean? Take her out to dinner? Take her out, like, is that a hit on the woman? She was fired when Donald Trump realized he couldn't get his way without firing her. She was in the way, but take her out. And this is an interview he had with people close to this event who he says he'd never had. Now remember, all of the redacted testimony that he wrote a transcript to was from memory. Donald Trump simply said, no, I said this. I said, no, nothing. No quid pro quo. No, nothing, no quid pro quo. That doesn't even make sense. Why would someone say no, nothing, no quid pro quo unless he was making that up? So everything points to him concocting the whole redacted report that the House looked at. And then they had 17 witnesses that all concurred that Donald Trump was in the loop on the quid pro quo. And now we're finding out Lev Parnas is revealing that Mike Pence was in the loop, Giuliani was in the loop, William Barr, our Attorney General, was in the loop on the quid pro quo. Oh yeah. But he wasn't leading this. Giuliani was. Our own top Attorney General wasn't even leading the investigation. Donald Trump's backdoor mobster lawyer was doing it. Yeah. So there was quid pro quo. 17 witnesses have confirmed it. And nobody's laughing at this whole thing. When this thing gets put to rest and we finally get a vote on a secret ballot, Donald Trump will be leaving as our president. I believe that he will have to leave because he's already been exposed as a liar on many levels. The more truth comes out, the more he's exposed as a liar, because he's been a liar from the get-go. And he's a person who's taken my ideas. Over 15 of my ideas he uses as his own. I was the one that suggested that Elizabeth Warren should get a DNA test. He starts making a big deal calling her names, Pocahontas. I never would have done that. And to this day, he hasn't done a thing to prosecute her for lying and committing perjury, which would have been a smart move to actually prosecute her while she's running for president, because obviously you can't lie and get free money to go to college when everyone else suffered, like myself, because we were victims of affirmative action. I'm not going to claim I'm an Indian, even though I've got Native American ancestry. It's just what an incredibly deceptive, lying thing for Elizabeth Warren to do. And now for Donald Trump not even to do anything shows you he just liked the idea, my idea. He promoted it like it was his idea. When I talked about how much money the USPS was giving Jeff Bezos and Amazon.com, Trump liked that. He started talking about it right after I discussed it. But he didn't fight for that. Amazon's still getting $2 per package from USPS. They're still getting an incredible deal that paid for an entire shopping mall or an entire market system, Whole Foods markets. Paid for $13.7 billion out of the money we gave them, Amazon, for next to free shipping. Well, you like it because you get something shipped for free, but we're seeing our USPS pick up the tab. Big time. Working Sundays even. Well, I've got Algonquin Indian in me. I'm just not going to promote that because I see minorities as being minorities who actually deserve money. We all deserve money at this point. Affirmative action should be erased by double the Pell Grants. Well, I've been saying double the Pell Grants for about 8 years now. Now, Amy Klobuchar is saying double the Pell Grants. My wording. It goes on and on. I can list a whole lot of things. The 1,000-mile fence I came up with in 2008. Donald called it a wall, and we're going to have Mexico pay for it. Another thing, one thing after another that I've been doing. Anyway, the fact is you like my ideas. Donald stole them, was too incompetent to implement them, and unfortunately none of my ideas really came to fruition, not even the 1,000-mile fence. He built some horrible slat fence that anybody with a few rocks can climb over. Unbelievable. So, we know for a fact that I could make the USPS profitable. Yeah, I have an entire revised plan for USPS. Modernizing their fleet, providing hybrid vehicles, rebuilding their transmissions with the biggest thing about postal vehicles is how much acceleration and braking they do. We could save so much fuel if we had regenerative brakes on our rebuilt trucks. We could start pulling older trucks out of the fleet and rebuild them with battery packs and regenerative braking. That alone would save money on fuel. Because most of the postal people have to run so fast through the neighborhood that they have to, accelerate and then brake right away. Accelerate and brake. They go through brakes faster than any other truck out there, the postal vehicles. So why not use regenerative braking like they have on Toyotas and Hyundais and everything else? Nothing reminds you of that because you don't have anything in your mind. You have nothing going on in your brain. So we're going to be keeping on. Remember, I did this entire show for the past 11 years. Some of you who can't last 2 or 3 years and are now, bailing on the show because you don't believe I'm being censored, goodbye. I don't need your help or support. And take your entire mentality with you. We are building an entire plan to keep this thing rolling, and I can't drag Deadwood around with me who don't believe that I'm being censored. This whole third party is being shut down and censored on every level, and I can prove it. But if you can't believe that, then I'm sorry, goodbye. Go away. Yeah, well, UPS and FedEx is now hanging on, John. Yeah, they're barely making it. UPS and FedEx can barely support it. Amazon is buying their own fleet of planes, and they're dropping certain packages. They won't deliver FedEx anymore. Well, Jeff Bezos is going to like me less because I'm the guy who brought up the whole issue of USPS, not Trump. He copied me on that. We're going to do a monopoly busting on Amazon. I'll be working aggressively to keep them from getting too big for their britches. What I've seen is worker violations left and right by the Amazon company. I've seen countless testimonies of people in procurement centers that they feel like they're being treated worse than the robots that Bezos has working there. Well, Amazon was going to get a contract recently. Thanks, Brock. Amazon was going to get a contract recently for a $10 billion top security deal with the NSA. But they say Trump interfered with that, which I applaud Trump in interfering with that. Good job. Because Jeff Bezos has all of his personal files stolen. He can't even keep track of the stuff he has on his phone. He was just targeted by Prince MBS in Saudi Arabia. They've traced a malware that attacked Jeff Bezos' phone and pulled data off of it to an uploadable link that he got from Prince MBS of Saudi Arabia. This is pretty intense stuff. Now, it's not that Jeff did anything bad there. It's just that he lost his privacy. Apparently, he has a picture of his penis somewhere out there. I'm not going to get into it. So far, it hasn't surfaced. And I certainly hope it doesn't surface for his. I don't dislike Jeff Bezos. I just think that he has taken a huge money grab on the back of the American taxpayer. That's all I'm saying. We need to get some restitution on that. But I encourage the capitalist model, and I want him to continue to do things that more efficiently than other companies can do. And I don't hate Mark Zuckerberg, but I feel that he had everything handed to him on a platter. You're not allowed to come in and attack people that are our regular viewers. But hey, we'll get to that later. Akira says, I wonder who put MBS up to that. Any guesses? I wouldn't doubt Vladimir Putin put him up to that. You know, right after Vladimir Putin had that secret conversation with MBS, and Donald Trump was in the background going, oh, it's so pretty here. Oh. Yeah, I think that's when it happened. Vladimir Putin is a desperate operator working from a very weak financial base. And I applaud Adam Schiff's effort to describe Russia's involvement in this whole thing because he did a great job. He did. He clarified how Russia is desperate, how they're engaged in terrorism of a certain kind, cyber terrorism that can really corrupt the mix of a country that's based on a democracy or even a republic like ours, based on the rule of law. Now, because we rely on the rule of law, we are looking at an impeachment process and a trial right now. And the Republicans are going to have to wake up to the fact that there will be witnesses, whether they like it or not. And those witnesses will reveal that Donald Trump is a liar. But you just be the judge of that yourself. But if the Republicans try to get away with no witnesses and just slam this out, I guarantee the Democrats will come back with more impeachment articles. There's two, at least, that I could easily lay out there. One is cheating in the election. That would be an excellent article to get him on. Cheating is a high crime, too. There are other things, the emoluments clause, that could be an article. Conflict of interest laws being broken. And even bribery, that can be an article. We know that Betsy DeVos paid Donald Trump $9.5 million to become Secretary of Education. That has bribery written all over it. We don't even need to pull up records. We have it in the news. In the news, it's got bribery written all over it. I would not, at this point, jump to conclusions. If you got diarrhea, Ace Spade, that's just diarrhea. If you're getting a fever, that's a separate story. Then you got to be on a big concern about what's happening. See, why this coronavirus is hitting so many people so fast is I am not anti-Semitic. That's a lie. I'm anti-Zionist. Big difference. You know, I don't think we have to even worry about Trump announcing that the West Bank and Gaza are legally Israel. It's a given. Everyone knows that. He doesn't have to announce the treaty or a UN charter. It's ridiculous. Okay, Hillary says Sanders would be more likable if he'd just have the people who don't like him assassinated. Are you serious? Well, this is the kind of stuff that comes out of the Clinton body count department. This is bizarre. Is this a real story or is this fake? The Babylon Bee. Hillary said Sanders would be more likable if he'd just have the people who don't like him assassinated. What? In a candid moment, she told the interviewer if she were running the Sanders campaign, the vocal critics would find themselves swimming with the fishes. Really? Look, if you want to be likable in politics, you got to be willing to fight for it and maybe kill for it, she said. Whoa. This is a phenomenon of crime that is very bizarre. When people commit crimes, they start to feel cavalier in their criminal acts. According to Lindsey Graham, Alan Dershowitz, the president doesn't have to commit a crime to be impeached, just has to abuse his power. That's right. Yeah, Trump doesn't even have to commit high crimes and misdemeanors. The impeachment process requires that they can kick him out if he abused his power. Absolutely. Well, he chose Dershowitz. He's going to tell it like it is. Lindsey Graham is flipping on a lot of issues. Lindsey Graham, he's talking through both sides of his mouth. Lindsey Graham said that he didn't want to have Hunter Biden testify as a witness. But now today he says he's really worried about the Bidens and there's something wrong, that, they did some bad things. Well, how can you say that you don't want him to testify, which Lindsey said, and then the next day say you want to investigate the Bidens? This guy's all over the place. The reason why Lindsey Graham is this messed up, in my opinion, is his connection to a Russian oligarch named Len Blavatnik. And we've talked about this a few times in our show. He got money for re-election from a Russian oil guy. He's actually a U.S.-UK citizen who works directly for a Russian oligarch named Oleg Deripaska, who happens to be the guy named in the Russian cheating in the election. So the guy who rigged our election pays this guy who's standing next to Lindsey Graham and Alan Dershowitz. He's got a smug smile on his face, this guy. Yeah, Oleg Deripaska, the guy who rigged our election, pays this guy, and he paid Lindsey Graham $3 million over a 5-year period. Now Lindsey Graham's net worth is more than it was because of these donations, in part. And this is the same guy that's paying Mitch McConnell. Yeah. I'm doing this because I had a little problem with my links earlier that erased everything when I closed down. But this story continues to baffle me as to why the Democrats won't make a big issue about Len Blavatnik. The Democrats are afraid to talk about this stuff. Even though it would expose Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham, the Democrats are afraid to talk about it because they too get money from foreign governments through super PACs. And they're getting paid by the super PACs that are funded by foreign governments. The American people are oblivious to this, for the most part. So the Democrats have one huge liability, their own corruption. It's definitely waning on them, and it will affect their ability to function over time. The Democrats are going down too, don't get me wrong. But they're the only group right now who can raise objection to Donald Trump and help this nation get out of the situation it's in. You put your hope and faith in a guy who's faking the stock market. Donald Trump, it was revealed last week, has a guy named Steve Mnuchin, a Treasury Secretary, who has borrowed $1.5 trillion under the nose of our government. And the legislature did not sign off on this $1.5 trillion. It wasn't like TARP 1 and TARP 2. This is a little weird. This is a Federal Reserve donation to Steve Mnuchin. And we are now seeing a robust stock market for the most part, only because we're literally borrowing money to pay for it, to make it look good. And this is no different than what China does with the yuan. So both of the big leading countries do this all the time, but never at this rate. Never 1.5 trillion in such a short period of time without the people knowing about it. So you have to really look closely at the news now to realize that we are being hoodwinked by a group of global elitists who act through agencies like the Federal Reserve and puppets like Donald Trump and Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham that work for Zionist oligarchs who are connected at the top of the pyramid. You see, it's not Russia that's really the problem here. It's the people who lead Russia who are in control, who are also controlled by Zionist elitists who pay their bills. They say that Vladimir Putin is one of the richest men in the world, but he would never admit that. But they estimate his net worth at over $200 billion, far more than Donald Trump. So when he's tasked to be Donald Trump's puppet master, he does whatever they say because they own him too. The people that have all this money own Vladimir Putin. He has to do what they say. Chuck Schumer has got his own set of values. I don't see a lot of profit taking by Chuck Schumer. John? I think that his game is more about ideological control of Congress. Chuck Schumer would love to be Speaker of the House. He's upset that he has to live under Pelosi's, wing. But I see him as an ideological politician, less of a profit-taking politician. Similarly, I see Joe Biden, ironically, as a guy who doesn't pat his own pocket that much. He's no worse than Elizabeth Warren, who has a net worth of $12.5 million. So I don't think Joe Biden is necessarily in it for the money, like Barack Obama was. He's making huge amounts of money. Barack Obama made so much money, he just bought an $18 million house in Martha's Vineyard on big property. Barack Obama continues to make money, and we don't know where that money comes from. It's kind of hidden, if you ask me. You're right. The Forbes 500 billionaires is not the real list. It's just made up of cannon fodder. Trump kind of almost bribed his way. He lied his way to get on that Forbes list. Donald Trump is on record making a phone call from a fake journalist claiming that, I heard a lot of things about this guy, Donald Trump, who's got a lot of money. And he led the Forbes group to think he was a billionaire when his dad was still alive. There's a recording of that out there. Donald Trump pretending to be somebody he's not. But Donald Trump just literally begged his way out of the billionaire list. The fact is, the true wealthy people in the world don't want you to know that they're wealthy. They don't. They're too intelligent to not want to be exposed. If they're not intelligent, they're just protecting themselves, which is a standard thing you do when you make lots of money. I used to know a lot of people with lots of money when I was living in Los Angeles. And one of the distinct qualities about them is that they always dress down. I mean, they literally look like bag people when you walk up to them. Seriously. They don't look like they're rich. The really rich people don't want to be known. And those people are probably related to the Rothschild family somehow, the Warburgs, the Bergstroms. We know that Anderson Cooper just inherited a huge amount of money from his mother, Vanderbilt. He's an Astor. Anderson Cooper had $100 million in net worth, but now he'll have about $400 or $500 million in net worth. And though Anderson Cooper doesn't have to work, he's basically a puppet for the mainstream media elitists who want to control the dialogue. Anderson Cooper never went to college. He just took an internship at the CIA out of high school. Yeah. So we have the richest people running around acting like somehow they care about us. They're not going to guide us toward a third party, people. They're not going to head us in any right direction. They're going to divert us. So what they've done is they've created a very elaborate game where you get a choice. That makes you think you're living in a democracy, right? You're getting a choice. You have the left, now you have the right. Your choice is your choice. You have the left versus right. Yeah, so you think you're making a decision, right? Whereas a centrist political movement like America's Third Party, where we strictly support your right to bear arms and your freedom of speech as a basic tenet of our party, we're uniting the country in the center of the political spectrum. We're getting slandered, censored, doxxed, swatted, you name it. They're trying to shut us down. So I can't carry the baggage of somebody who doesn't believe I'm being censored as an operator in our show. I just can't do it. I can't carry the baggage of people who are close to my inner circle who think that they got my ear and they don't even believe what I'm saying. So yeah, it's time for them to go. Then they can just self-discriminate and leave and never come back. Just realize that I've done this for 11 years. 2 or 3 years with people that are interrupting the flow is not going to stop me. Well, Sanders is considered a moocher. He's in the 1%. Thanks, Max. Sanders is in the 1%. He made $2 million, $2.3 million last year on book sales. So Bernie's rich, yeah. Plus, let's not forget that Bernie made he bought 2 $600,000 houses after 2016. And he also got an Audi R8 that he drives around in. So he did some side deal with Hillary, and now he wants to run again, and Hillary wants to interrupt that flow. But to see Hillary come up with such a horrible statement belies a deeper concern I'm having. Yeah. The idea that she would even say such a thing is abhorrent. That people who don't like him, Sanders would be more likable if he just had the people who don't like him assassinated. I mean, what kind of a statement is that? That's just so bizarre. So what we're thinking at this point as viewers and average people is these people are so completely protected in their world of murder, alleged murder, and we all know about the Clinton body count, 150 people all dead because, well, we don't know. They knew the Clintons. That's the big cause of death. Well, whatever. It just seems to me there's something very wrong going on inside of her head, whatever it is. And yeah, she should have been prosecuted. Donald Trump should have put her out there and put her in front of the American people. At the very least, had Donald Trump truly followed his word, he would have prosecuted the Clinton Foundation for the Haitian money that they got. There was a whole RICO Act investigation by the FBI into this, and they never really did anything. Donald Trump has not prosecuted the Clintons or Obama for any birther issues or anything. So it's pretty obvious that there's a lot of hidden stuff going on in the Trump administration. And now we found out, Sarah, that Lev Parnas has a recording of Donald Trump talking to him, which undermines Donald Trump's statement that he doesn't know Lev Parnas. And it turns out Donald Trump said he doesn't know him, even though he's been in 10 pictures with the guy. And we know now from that recording that Parnas made that Donald Trump was trying to find out any dirt he could find out about Russia and how they'd fare against Ukraine in a fight, in a war. And Lev Parnas gave him the specifics. I'll play it again for those of you who missed it.
And listen to this exchange that the president had with him about the dynamics between Russia and Ukraine, where the president is asking how long they think Ukraine could last if they got into an actual combat with Russia.
They have everything there. They're just right now waiting for your support a little bit to make sure, because obviously if they go on their own, Russia won't let them do it because they'll cut off a lot of their revenue.
How long have they lasted a fight with Russia?
Not very long. Without us, not very long.
Without us.
Without us, no. But Russia also, keep in mind, talks a big game, but they're not ready to. They're not ready to play.
So, bottom line is Donald Trump does know Lev Parnas, standing there with their hands on each other, as bosom buddies, but he says he doesn't know him. This has been Donald Trump's standard reply for a long time, is I don't know that person. Whenever somebody cites him with some guilty act, I don't know that person. He would have loved to have said he didn't know Michael Cohen when Michael Cohen was his right-hand man for 2 years, but he had to admit he knew him, but I don't like him anymore. He's a liar. He's a liar. He discredits everybody who ever speaks the truth about him. And if they warn him, like John Kelly did, his chief of staff, former chief of staff, said, don't do this, it's impeachable. John Kelly was warning him. Donald Trump said, you're fired. I don't want to hear it. You're fired. Okay, Sarah's going to come in for a bit. I'll be.
I got sucked into Facebook and Twitter for the last hour.
Oh, you've been zeroing in on Facebook and Twitter. Wow.
Well, you know.
I know.
Like
It can be addictive.
It's a suck monster.
It is. And it doesn't really advance you. You know, one thing I like about our website and our interactive chat is that we have a place to hang out where you're not like watching Chad go a mile a minute like on a game show.
Thanks, Scissor Fight.
And you're not in any way trying to get your word out in a show with only a couple people. We got a lot of viewers. So it's kind of a good blend to have a political chat show in this day and age. It's a nice niche. I really enjoyed having the chat room back at AOL 20 years ago, and they're all gone now. So I really enjoyed it so much that I almost rebuilt my own chat rooms that I really enjoyed being in back in the old days.
You missed someone telling you that you looked like a sexy Chris Hansen.
Well, that's pretty funny. Thank you.
And
thanks. Hey, Jackie.
I don't know if she's still there.
That's okay.
Dave missed Jackie.
I'm going to go check my dinner out, and I'll be back. You missed the gutter oil industry last night, Drag King. Yeah, we played that 2-minute video. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. Gutter oil being manufactured from sewage in China. The people cook with that stuff. It's gross.
Hey, it's recycling.
So apparently the situation in Wuhan with the coronavirus is growing, but not exponentially. But we have video we'll play later on that will kind of be freaky to watch.
Oh, I saw that other rat thing.
No, this is people really kind of dying in hospital wards.
Oh, okay.
And we can't authenticate it, but it does seem like the Wuhan area was a center for bioweapons testing, and they were warned. We can't authenticate it. They were warned about the dangers of this type of virus blowout. Yeah. It could either be a virus scare or a real virus problem. But we know the SARS virus didn't take off in China, so it's very similar to the SARS virus. So I wouldn't freak out yet, but I would have a travel ban. I would instigate a travel ban right now. I really would. Just precautionary. And people traveling to America would have to wait a few weeks until we waited for this thing to calm down. I don't think Donald Trump is acting accordingly by not having a travel ban at this point. Hang on, Rodney. You're not allowed to say disparaging things in the show. That's your last mutable offense, and then you'll be banned. Okay? Thanks.
Yep. Okay. I know I see maxed out credits in the room, and I feel bad because I was not in a good mood yesterday. Thank you. And I was just very, very tired yesterday. I have had the shortest, longest 2 weeks of my life. I appreciate you being Mr. Teflon. And I do appreciate all your links. I mean, that is, I think I said I should take all your links in if I'm going to write a book, and I really should invest in writing a book. I really should do that. That probably should be something I do. Yeah, but Rod, don't you say I love you to all the women? Right? I'm gonna purge that message. Sarah, have you and David ever thought of doing a rap at song and video to get your message to urban areas? Well, when I was renting for a house, I had a song going. I was like, yo, get out of my house. You don't need to be a mouse. It's time to elect Sarah. 'Cause you know she is a Kara. I don't know, something like that. Word up. I have been known to write poetry. In fact, when I'm very inspired, I tend to write in iambic pentameter. I think I take after my grandfather. Thankfully, I have smaller ears than he had. Like, his ears were like out to here, it felt like. Hello, all the ships at sea. Thank you so much. One, if you're a ship at sea and you're protecting us, I thank you, my naval friends. I'm at a Navy base, and I really appreciate the Navy. If you are a ship at sea that is bringing supplies across our great oceans, that is quite a job and a duty, and all of the people should be thankful for you. And hopefully, thank you for keeping us fed and clothed and all of that, because we're a global world, like the map behind me. I can't imagine that. No, David, I asked him once because, and I think it was his friend. Well, at the time, it was either David or his friend, and I was like, wasn't it your dream to sail around the world? And David said it wasn't his dream, so. Or I thought, like, live on a boat. But his friend did end up living on a boat for, like, maybe a month. Well, maybe they maybe they have the high tech and they can access something. Sure. I don't know if I believe that, Jar Jar. Okay, 955. Well, I'm not going to wait. I'm just going to be thankful now. Well, he has many different names, 708. A woman married a plane. She is objectophilia. I think I'm a sapiophile, but not an objectophile. Objectophile. That's just weird. Oh, all of those presidents were in the Navy? Wow. I would think the Navy ships have internet as well. But I am going to be thankful today. I think being thankful, having an attitude of gratitude is the best thing in life. I am just so thankful for my life. I'm thankful to have you watching me on this show. I'm thankful to have David, who loves me very much. And I guess a couple other people love me, but from afar. I'm thankful that I have some really great memories. You know how I feel about that person, Rod. I am not a fan. She did go south for the winter, like a bird or something. Welcome to your life, being thankful. Yeah. You're thankful you've forgotten things you've done? Yeah, no, yes. Yeah, I think we got together once over the holidays. Thanksgiving, and then they met up. Oh, I know. That's pretty cute. I gotta show you guys this meme. Or a cartoon, I guess it's more of a cartoon than a meme. Why does David do that? I don't know. Let me minimize this. Hey, you want to check out this new game? You try to acquire riches and battle evil forces as you advance through a strange and mysterious world. Sounds awesome, Dad. The dad kicks him out of the house. Negative, I don't know, how far negative do you want to go, Joe Pesci? No, we wouldn't, Jar Jar. Maybe David and you, but not myself and you. What are you talking about? That should be David's background. It may motivate individuals online to do the same. Huh? Eskimo cousins? Oh, it explains iciness. Ice Queen. Something like that. Oh. She didn't go that far south, Dry King. You're making a second monitor support from cardboard since your first one is so great. Awesome. That's not what she told me, but who knows? Maybe you're right. I think so, Daryl. I think you've nailed it. You're making a monitor support out of cardboard. Whatever works. I think I'll look at all sides. I think that's where my default is when I come into the show. So the Trump impeachment defense does their opening argument. They claim that Democrats were engaging in election interference. Of course. Oh, you know what though? I don't really. I would invite that whoever you're. Never mind. I don't want it. I don't like that person. There's certain people I don't like. I know I usually try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, but I guess, yes, I do, Jar Jar. But they're not hers anymore, they're mine. No, I don't wear bras. And I think I'm going to move on room, so I am going to do that. Okay. Sandra. Some think the United States is more vulnerable than ever to deadly diseases. Probably because it's, we're globally connected with air travel and things like that. Maxed Out Credit has a link about a man building tiny homes for the homeless in Los Angeles. I heard he was building these tiny homes and then they, so he's building tiny homes for the homeless in Los Angeles. Oh, this is a 30-minute show. All right, I'll have to... David can look at that a little bit later. Well, I think it would be easier to get people off of drugs. I seriously doubt that, Rodney. You're just one of those people that love to manipulate people. And then they have Seattle's tiny homes for the homeless. It is definitely, I think, difficult to find new material on the internet. Like, you just, everything out there is just out there, and it's just, everything is kind of controlled, and they try to give you some solutions, or anyway, everything is just, when you search for something on the internet, it's all filtered by how many links people link to it already and how popular it is. And so people with new ideas, it's hard to find those kinds of things. hard to be creative, I guess. I remember they used to have a really cool site. I wonder if it still exists, called Stumble Upon. And it had like it was in 2002. And then it stopped in 2018. I can add this extension to Chrome. I might add this to Chrome. Yeah, AOL was big back then. Yeah, I remember that. Read and change all your data on the website. It wasn't AOL, but it was. It was a VP Excite that David and I met on. AIM was in your childhood. It was before Yahoo Groups.
Okay, I put the pizza on the pan and turned it on low, so it might be done in about 10 minutes or so. I put some added chicken there and half an avocado.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I just added an extension called Mix.
Oh.
And it's kind of like the Stumble Upon thing.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
And you can also save it. So it's kind of like that.
Is it like
Flipboard.
Delicious that way?
Yeah, kind of. Mix.
You hit save, what does it do?
So, personalized recommendation. With each click, Mix learns what you're passionate about, queues up pages based on your interests and the collections you subscribe to, the people you follow. And then if you find a favorite page, you can save it in here using this plus button to find later and share with friends. You can share interesting
Friends?
Yeah, I think so. Added using the activity button right from the, and I'll just pull up a random.
You could buy on Amazon, great.
Because I currently have 2 tiny home things open.
I did an orange face video. I mean, he kind of stands out on his own. Well, thanks. Yeah, that's good. That'll work. I'll use it as an optional feature. You put it on the Chrome browser. Okay, great.
Yeah. This one is
What's that? Readjust the web?
Atlas Obscura.
Yeah, no thanks.
Well, how did the world's smallest flightless bird get to an inaccessible island?
That would be special.
It would be special. That I know it's like
It'd be good for your classroom too. It's very good theme stuff.
I was just like looking at this and I'm like, it's just so room.
But we've got one of the best link sharing sites out there, and thanks to the link providers like Scissorfight and others, Chatroom Celebrity, Max, various inputs we would never have otherwise. So it's kind of cool to have that connectivity. I've never seen anything like it, actually. We're kind of on the cutting edge, Sarah. I don't think she realizes it, though. It's like you have to understand you're on the cutting edge right now. You know, with his extended lips, and they said he couldn't do that. They told him he was not allowed to do that. No, her students are normal kids. Or ADHD, or ADD, or ADD. But some of them are, yeah, so this guy...
They move their stuff every day, you know. It's not
Either overbooked or unsafe.
So not enough government institutions offering services, water and electricity. If we find a shower with and steam cleaning, it have to have chemical toilets initially. There'll be toilets, but they'll have a drain point and a sewage black water thing, and it'll have to be drained. So there's a lot of things we have to work on. Cities like Seattle and Los Angeles are really overwhelmed with problems to the point where I don't think Nancy Pelosi wants to admit that she has too much crap on her sidewalk alone. So somebody's got to do that. The retirement years where you have to live off your Social Security check. God. Low-cost housing is one of the things we want to offer you. So I can't offer homeless people housing like the Democrats. They have your printed tax dollars to do that. They can make that up on its own. All they have to do is print up tax money, and the state gets, more and more in debt. And that's how they're fixing the problem. They're not fixing the problem. Skid Row still doesn't have a bathroom. Now, I don't even want to go down to Skid Row, but I'm raised to enter the Skid Row area. And they'll build like an armada around them. And they'll have their guns and everything. It'll be kind of a spectacle. But we'll get those bathrooms built. But the Green Berets will be there to oversee the operation while we put a toilet in. It'll be the poop area when we build it, and then it'll be industrial, so it'll be bulletproof. Well, not technically bulletproof, but it'll be cheat-proof. You won't be able to sit in the toilet and, like Donald Trump, and flush it just to watch the water going down. Oh, I can't believe how little the water is. Oh, I can hardly see the water. If only we had more water in the toilets. So we're going to try to prevent people like Donald Trump from watching the water flush. And that's what he does in the White House. I would not bet that, I'm not a betting person, but I would bet if I was a betting person, that Donald Trump has a huge water bill at that White House. Oh, I'm just watching it flush right now. I'm trying to test how fast the water goes through. We're trying to drain the swamp, but it's getting thicker here. I don't consider Bill Gates responsible for the Wuhan virus until we've identified the patent. And Zizerfight came up with an article that discusses the patent origin of the coronavirus. Check this out. A Plain Truth did the detailed work on this and found the coronavirus is patented in the U.S.
Always want to look for is patents. And of course, this has got a bunch of patents. Just this site, Justia, has 19 different patents for the coronavirus. Most of them are animal related. If you scroll down, it has the date that it was filed for, who applied, and who the inventor was. And out of these 19, the majority of them are for animals, canines. This is the one right here that you really got to pay attention to. Coronavirus isolated from human beings. The abstract is disclosed herein is a newly isolated human coronavirus, which is SARS, the causative agent of severe acute respiratory syndrome. And listen to this. The original SARS patent expired today because they didn't pay for the maintenance fee. So instead of keeping up with the maintenance fee, they just released a new virus. And you'll see in a couple minutes why this is so special. If you want to look at the actual patent, blah, 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 blah. Signees, United States of America, the same abstract, newly isolated human coronavirus, SARS, causative agent. And it says right here, this invention was made by the CDC and is owned by the U.S. government. Which normally I expected the Rockefeller Foundation or the Gates Foundation to own this, or at least have done the research, but this time it's just owned straight up by the CDC.
The proud people at the CDC own the coronavirus, so you can thank them for the outbreak right now that's killing people left and right. What's the death total up to? Can somebody get me a death toll so far in Wuhan? Because I last I checked it was 46. It must be up to 5,000 by now. Let's check death toll in Wuhan. Checking. One moment, please. Accessing file. Please bear with me as I access this information. Current death toll in Wuhan. It's up to 56. But medical supplies are running out. That's not bad. It's smoothing down. It's slowing down. Yeah. You see how it went up, like it went from 6 to 9, then up to 46, or no, then up to 25, and then up to 46, and now it's a comfortable, yeah. A 56. So 56 is the magic number. Yeah, well, in the same time period, 400,000 people died of lung cancer. So, let's put it in perspective, people. Don't freak out about the Wuhan coronavirus, okay? Uh-oh, everyone's stuck there and can't leave. Okay, let's try to freak out if we can. Freak out! Freak out! Coronavirus. Everyone is stuck here and can't leave. Well, that's what they call a quarantine, right, Rodney? That's when all the old ladies in the jacuzzi say, "You're not allowed here, Rodney. You're starting to smell." There it is. The Chinese city where a new virus has left 17 dead has gone into lockdown to try to stop the outbreaks from spreading. Many of Wuhan's 11 million people, and I understand this stretches through the entire province, 40 million people in China are suffering from this lockdown. It's my first epidemic. The first we heard about the coronavirus was 31 December. There were a few cases. Yeah. Okay. The virus may mutate, so there is further risk of spread. Okay, I would issue a travel ban against China, and at worst, we'd be downing about 25 planes a day. It's not a big deal. Those pilots need a rest anyway, and everybody can cancel their plane travels. We don't have any vital need to have people shipped from China into the U.S. at any time. So, hello, Donald, if you're listening, a little precaution would be necessary. If you could, try to act precautionary. It's a big word, one of those big word things. Kind of like denuclearization. The New Year's, it's a big deal. You're right. The Chinese New Year's coming. Everyone wants to travel to the U.S. Who doesn't? So many relatives saying, "David, my relatives, they want to come here from mainland China." But do you want to die of the SARS virus or the coronavirus? Hello? Skip the vacation, okay? I know they're digging a hospital right now as we speak. Hey, I want you to know that I don't dislike China, and I want China to know that I'm coming down hard on their leadership because they allowed this bioweapons lab to be functioning in Wuhan for the past 10 years. And I think that's kind of screwed up. I mean, it's no joke that this breakout occurred where a bioweapons lab is located. Jeez. Well, of course, China monitors everybody. But I'm extremely interesting because I'm Dave, the most extremely interesting person on earth. Anyway, I want to give all of you a little encouragement in my mindset here and give you guys a chance to, be like Mr. Rogers and check out what's on the TV set. And let's say if Mr. McFeely was available. This is huge. Yeah, we had a network error currently at Cool Rock Party. We're coming back in the show, but please no anti-Semitism. All right? Thank you. I abhor anti-Semitism. Thank you. You gamers, this is no joke, man. I don't want people running each other down based on their race or their creed or their color. And what's the difference between race and color anyway? I mean, when you think about it. Do you think these are the beginning of the end of times? No, Corona end of times. I believe that this is a beginning, a break point for humanity. We've had a new millennial period for some time now, and we haven't quite broken into that. We need to start doing very powerful things. But our political and our economic systems are holding us back somewhat. We have a big, huge demand for air filtration around the world right now. And people in New Delhi are going, yes, you're right. We have personal needs of filtration of water. Why wouldn't we produce way more water filters and make them cheaper for people worldwide? And we have a desperate need to stop the chemicals that are being deployed by the elitists as they think they're somehow pretending we're dealing with a climate change issue. Now, the coronavirus patent was granted to Bill Gates funded institute in 2018. So the patent information we just pulled from that 153 News article may be old. So you might be right. It could be the Bill Gates Foundation behind this particular patent of this coronavirus. So why would the Bill Gates be producing patented information for vaccines? Hypothetically? Most likely. Yeah, so why is Bill Gates so intent upon making vaccines when there's been over 50,000 unnecessary deaths from vaccines in Africa due to bad reactions, adverse reactions? Why is he so hell-bent on doing this? What's his big game? Because people will build their own resistance naturally. We have an immune system. I'm looking into Bill Gates' father, and his father has a lot of money from his law activities, but does his father represent Big Pharma? That would be the connection. Follow the money. I'm going to leave that up to you, guest 8818. You got Fever with Peggy Lee. I've got Tom Jones singing Fever later tonight, too. Cool. Yeah, Chills and Fever as well. Let's line that up in the upcoming video segments. I can't put them on YouTube. Monetization, generating income for them, and for good reason. I don't believe. Here it is.
Good evening. This is BBC.
At the top of the hour. Well, that's a long time away. Yeah. Okay. I'm prepared. So we're all very up with that. I didn't trademark it though. So, but we believe in America, and we also believe in the possibility of flying saucers. And as you can see, somebody pointed out, this looks like there's a flying saucer flying in your picture there, Dave. I know. Yes, I take. Here's the vaccination racket. Wow. Anyway, I want to save the country from a lot of air pollution, water pollution. I'm the green candidate, but I'm also a centrist. I don't want to take away your right to bear arms, and I certainly don't want to tell your kids they should become transgenders like the Democrats want to. So, yeah, I'm kind of old-fashioned that way, and I bet you are too. I wouldn't doubt many of you want to keep your kids away from the weird aspects of society today. And now a lot of people are and these underage minors, and you wonder if that's still going on. But there's people, young people today that are actually taking risks with their bodies, and they don't know the danger of dangerous viruses like the coronavirus. But there's STDs and STIs, and there's a whole group of those people. And then there's a vast group of people that don't ever want to have sex because they're afraid to have sex. Good. Okay, you want to know what kind of masks to get? Wow. So Scissorfight just sent a full site that is like everything you'd want to know about the safety of vaccines. That is one heck of a link. I'm going to share that. It's called the Vaccination Racket. There's a lot of concern about the safety of vaccines, and the government could have easily been transparent and said, oh, we're going to have a long discussion about this and talk about all the studies that have been done to prove how safe everything is. Instead, they just attack people that question everything and call them vaxxers. And they do this name-calling thing where the government claims that these people are trying to undermine the vaccines and how beneficial they are. People just want the truth. If there's mercury in the vaccines, we want to know why. If there's contaminations from viruses that were used in cancer patients in the vaccines, we want to know why. If there's dangerous neuroencephalitis and meningitis coming out of the vaccine pools, we want to know why. We just wanted to know why. But instead of doing that, the government has systematically tried to attack everybody who does anything to question the why. Why should we trust 72 vaccines going into a kid? and unnecessarily pushed in so fast the kid's entire immune system is altered and their neural system is altered. We need to know why. And since the government, according to Robert F. Kennedy Jr., hasn't done enough to explain that to us, we're kind of left hanging going, yeah, there's a lot of people questioning vaccines right now. And it's not some conspiracy theory. It's just people testing the authenticity of their government, wanting to monitor their government and finding out there are no tests, cross tests, and samplings of the various vaccines and how they interact in the body, especially when they're stuck in one tube and pushed into a child within a short period of time and they're like, bleh. So yeah, a lot of people are upset about that right now. And no, it's not going to just go away because Maryland is insisting kids have to be vaccinated. People will homeschool. Or California to insist their kids all have to be herd inoculated. People will homeschool. So there's a growing, I guess, grassroots movement online of people becoming more aware and keen on what's really going in their bodies. And that's where we come in. We've got a plan to price plastic up and go directly into converting plastic into oil and fuel. And there's technologies that are available right now to do that. We just have to build them and replicate them. We also already have a paper sack industry. Let's give them money and support and get more paper sacks in use at every market. Some people say paper sacks may cost a bigger greenhouse or carbon footprint. We're not worried about carbon per se. That's the Democratic problem. We're worried about heavy metals being dumped in the sky above us. Massive dumps of chemicals like that. That's what worries me, not carbon coming out of your ass. I won't charge you for eating a piece of beef that came out of a livestock that happens to fart. The Democrats will. We're going to take care of chemtrails and stop this nefarious activity from happening. What are they doing? They're artificially engineering the environment. They're doing what is called weather modification. And they're doing it as rapidly as they can so that they'll somehow convince all of us that we're all to blame. Guilt trip. Oh, honey, I think I'm having some flatulence. Oh, you're contributing to the greenhouse gas effect, honey. No, I'm just having some. Well, that's wrong. You can imagine how guilt trips fly in the home of a Democrat who simply has uncontrollable farts. Chemtrails are to blame for global warming. Exactly. That's my point. Thank you. So why are they doing it so quickly? Because it takes a while for them to install their leaders and get them to all to speak in unison, like Biden.
I can't talk.
What do? They got people like that that'll pitch their BS plan of global climate change and how we all have to worry about the carbon footprint when it's negligible. It's not the primary ingredient to climate condition changes right now. That's heavy metals being pushed into the atmosphere in the form of chemicals. And you Democrats can even call it stratospheric aerosol injection. But don't tell me we're going to save this planet by dumping chemicals in the atmosphere. You must be retarded. Oh, is that a bad word? I can't use that word here. How dare you? We don't want to call anyone retarded.
Well, the bottom line is Alex Jones's water filter is allegedly claiming things that he can't verify. And if you are turning gay, like the frogs, then you're going to have to decide whether his filter is the one to get.
I don't know. Greta has got her own issues. People that love Greta forget to realize that she doesn't really ever speak about what's really going on. She just says we should all care more. She doesn't even want to talk about the types of air filtration that we'll be engaged in. Now, I will be promising you air filter systems not only for your home, made by the government, but for your car too, in case you don't have one of those luxury cars with HEPA filters in it. Some of you are wondering about that. And this is a product we can sell to other countries too. India would love it. And they'll probably reverse engineer it, and in a little while the price will go down to like 25 cents a unit. a filter. You know, pretty soon with mass production, filters will be cheap. And we will be recycling the filters. You're just trying to censor Max right now? Good luck with that. Max is hanging out. He's got a late night tonight with his... he goes to bed a little later on Saturdays. Yeah, Greta has handlers, yeah. Let's not forget that she works through George Soros and the woman in charge is Greta. Greta and the Soros handler. Woman. Yeah, she's really quite amazing. Her friend, Greta has a permanent friend. Yeah, she's absolutely the sweetest 22-year-old woman that Greta could ever have as a friend. Almost as nice as Carolyn Sunshine, Donald Trump's friend. You know Greta, Carolyn Sunshine. They go together to meetings. They're very close. Anyways, this is her. Greta and her friend. Her name is Luisa Marie Neubauer. She's been captured on numerous images and videos together with Greta. She does belong to an organization called the One Foundation, which is a George Soros establishment. The connections to Soros are very real. He's using and exploiting this girl. Well, people who do drugs in front of your gas station are going to get arrested. It happens. Soros is her friend. Oh, really? Well, let us look at the compromising picture here. You know that I look a lot like Greta, so... Yeah, there she is. Taking her under his wing, yeah. And what a nice old man there with a younger Greta. It looks like human exploitation. CNN breaking news. Hi, David. Okay, whenever you say something, I'll say it like a voiceover guy would, okay? CNN breaking news. Hi, David. Chinese government forces TV host who popularized eating bats to apologize. This bat connection to the bioweapons lab, I kind of remote viewed this just imagination-wise, put it in my mind. Somewhere there's somebody fishing through the trash cans outside of the bioweapons lab and going, oh, I found a lot of bats. We can make bat soup, like a lot of money at the seafood market. You can imagine a pile of dead bats from one of the testings. Oh, yeah. We'll just make soup out of it. Sure. Oh, my goodness. The Chinese government forced the host of a TV show which popularized eating bats to apologize in the aftermath of the coronavirus outbreak, which scientists have linked to the consumption of wild animals. 20 meals for only $2. Pag bat. Yeah. A show called Beauty Eats Bats, which originally launched in 2016, was blamed for a reinvigorating of the trend of eating bats across the country, prompting the Chinese Communist Party to demand that its female host discourage the consumption of bats. The woman who featured the clip took to social media to profusely apologize for her role in encouraging the consumption of bats and encouraged everyone to start washing their hands more. Good. And I applaud the Chinese government in their effort to do this. Let's take a look. Good job. The Batman theme is not legal. Oh my God, that's so disgusting. Oh no. Oh no. Please, no. Blame somebody. And they're doing the Batman theme, so I can't really put it on there. Stripping the skin off. Oh no. Okay, I've seen enough. Batman. Hey Robbins, what's wrong? Holy pandemic, Batman. I think I got the coronavirus. Don't be silly. This is really sad. I mean, people are dying. Whole ecosystems are dying. How dare you? Anyways, don't kid yourself. This connection between the old guy and the young girl is a very powerful tool that the Illuminati is using to manipulate us toward global climate change legislation. They've been pitching it all over, but the only ones that sign up to it are endangered countries like Nigeria and China. No, not even China. China won't sign up to this. They're too smart. They're not going to pay for carbon point legislation. India won't sign up to it. They're too smart. But poor nations that want to benefit from the kickbacks, they're the ones signing up to it. And the UN is acting like climate change legislation is the only way to fix the climate problems. I got news for you. The proposals show a reduction of 17% carbon by 2030. That's not enough. We have a plan to innovate and filter the air. Putting vortex filters in the middle of mountains that can pull pollution into turbines that can then suck it into filters and basically clean the earth. So America, once it beefs this system up, will be cleaning the earth for all the other planets, all the other countries on the planet. We will be doing everything we can to help the world this way, without telling you what to do. I'm not going to tell Russia, you've got to put these filters in the Siberian mountain range. I'm not going to tell Russia what to do. We're just going to do it here. And as the world spins, we'll be filtering the air for other worlds. That's how we're going to fix this. And there's a lot of carbon in the atmosphere, but the heavy metals really are the bigger problem. Don't let them fool you. That is disgusting. So homelessness is a huge issue the Republicans won't even touch on. Now the Republicans are pitching this idea that they don't even want witnesses at the trial. Everything's pointing to Donald Trump lying about even knowing Lev Parnas. Parnas is showing audio and video of him talking to Donald Trump, which is really revealing how much Trump was involved. I played that earlier. The full video released of Trump discussing Ukraine's ambassador ouster, and it was out there. Fox News has even that clip. It's getting harder and harder for the Republicans to say that Donald Trump isn't lying about anything. He's been caught in every one of them, and most recently, this is a doozy. The full video released of Trump discussing Ukraine's ambassador's ouster. Yeah, we'll be playing this tonight. Maybe I'll play it right now. It's 3 minutes long.
Got that video of the dinner given to Fox News by Mr. Parnas' attorney, Joseph Bondi. He says he released this in an effort to, quote, provide clarity to the American people and the Senate as to the need to conduct a fair trial with witnesses and evidence. Well, in the video, President Trump appears to demand the firing of former United States Ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yanukovych.
Mark Meredith is live at the White House with the very latest. Mark, what more can you tell us?
Arthur, well, this video really just came out within the last hour or so. It was released to not only Fox News, but other media organizations all across the country. And as you mentioned, it comes from the attorney of Lev Parnas, who's that former associate of Rudy Giuliani. Now, this video appears to have been taken in 2018, and you can see it looks like it may have been recorded on a cell phone. The quality bounces around quite a bit, and this video appears to have been taken discreetly. It appears to show President Trump saying, get rid of her, when someone brought up then U.S. Ambassador to Ukraine, Marie Yovanovitch, and someone suggesting that she may not be supporting the president. The video is about an hour long. Again, you can see this just the raw here, and most of it is aimed at the ceiling for the dinner. We asked the White House about this on Friday because there were reports, ABC first broke this, about this existence of this tape and these comments regarding Yovanovitch. The White House press secretary told us on Friday that every president in our history has had the right to place people who support his agenda and his policies within the administration. We have reached out to the White House to see if they have any additional comment, but right now we have not heard back about what they may think of this latest tape. Meantime, President Trump's lawyers are arguing that the impeachment case that's making its way up on Capitol Hill is all about overturning the 2016 election and then hindering the president going into 2020. I want you to listen to what the White House counsel had to say on the Senate floor earlier today.
They didn't tell you what that would mean for our country today, this year, and forever into our future. They're asking you to do something that no Senate has ever done. And they're asking you to do it with no evidence.
Now, the president's defense team says today's presentation was really a sneak preview of what more they're going to be laying out on Monday. It appears the president, though, was watching the proceedings today based on his tweets. Late this afternoon, he wrote, "Any fair-minded person watching the Senate trial today would be able to see how unfairly I have been treated and that this is indeed the totally partisan impeachment hoax that everybody, including the Democrats, truly knows it is. This should never be allowed to happen again." That was the president on Twitter this afternoon. Now,
so when he says it should never be allowed to happen again, does he mean that we're not allowed to have an impeachment process? You see, he wants to subvert the Constitution everywhere he turns. You can read it in his tweet. And I understand when he did read the Constitution when he first started his presidency, he was part of a film crew that was doing a little thing where presidents would read out of the Constitution. According to this new book, A Real Stable Genius, that's been released, Donald Trump, he said the Constitution, and I quote, is like a foreign language. He could barely read it. He could barely utter the words of the Constitution. So he doesn't even know what's in the Constitution. That's why the Republicans are now claiming that it was unfair that they didn't get a chance to rebuttal during the House inquiry. Now, the inquiry was really all about the investigation and getting all the ducks in line and then deciding, yeah, we're going to pursue an impeachment, and then voting on it and saying, yeah. Now it's in the trial stage. Now is when Donald Trump gets his words of alternative thinking. Now is a time that all the witnesses can be called up to support Donald Trump. But the strange thing is, the Republicans don't want to have any witnesses appear or testify. They want to actually make it like a kangaroo court and shut the door on any real questions, which again shows the Republicans' real motive here, which is to retain power, even if they cheat to do it. Donald Trump has been the most corrupt president in our history, bar none. And he's been getting away with unbelievable crimes right under our nose. Even Robert Mueller could not exonerate him based on the evidence. And there's about 448 pages now with the unredacted area, which shows a definite connection between Donald Trump and the Russians regarding the election. So if this doesn't fly through the Senate and then really get dealt with, if they just spit it out saying, no, Donald Trump's exonerated, he did nothing wrong, and call no witnesses, the Democrats can go into phase two, which is to set up a few more articles of impeachment. Cheating in the election, bribery, taking bribes to fill cabinet positions. There's more than enough evidence there. Oh yeah, people have been paying to become cabinet members in his cabinet. That's why he has 6 billionaires lined up in the cabinet. Now I ask you, if you had $1 billion, we're talking $1,000 million, would you go work at some stuffy office job in DC at the White House? Or would that even matter to you? I'd probably be in the Bahamas. I can't imagine why billionaires would be working in Donald Trump's administration unless they bought their way in and they want to use their power for purposes not related to the people of this country. It looks like it's not just a swamp, folks. Forget the swamp. It's a snake pit. There's billionaires at the EPA. There's Betsy DeVos, which we know, who we know gave Donald Trump $9.5 million in order to become the Secretary of Education with a paltry degree out of some Christian school. Hardly an expert in education. I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There must be other people buying positions here. We know that Ambassador Sondland made a very sizable donation of $1 million to Donald Trump's campaign. If that doesn't look like bribery, I don't know what does. You can't really legally make $1 million donation to a person's campaign. Now, he gave $1 million. Betsy DeVos gave $9.5 million. That's huge. That's bribery. So we've got cheating in the election and bribery as the backup impeachment articles if they want to go for it. And I would urge the Democrats to just start getting busy on that right now, because the Senate is likely to try to shut the door on this right away and put it away, because they don't want to take the constitutional duty to get witnesses out there and make a real trial of this. And if that is the case, which I think it is, because certain key players like Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell, both receiving money from Russia, by the way. Russian oligarchs are funding this guy. These are the key players. Yeah. I think I got rid of a video I shouldn't have. Hang on. Oh yeah. We can lose that little play. Look at what a nice van that is. We were talking about VW vans early in the show, the pre-show. Isn't that cool? The camper van look. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so Lindsey Graham and Mitch McConnell both getting money from Russia. We're waiting on what's up next. You know, they're trying to rig it. They're going to try to rig it as hard as they can to make sure this goes away and Donald Trump never gets charged again. Well, forget it. Not going to happen. Even if the Senate has a chance to put this to rest, chances are they're not going to be able to succeed long term, because there's so many things Donald Trump has done wrong that would make anybody wonder, how is he even in office? We had one person in iBlog say, how is this guy even in office? Let's impeach him ASAP. I know. Okay, here's a look at the backdoor scene of what's happening in Wuhan right now. This is a shocking video, so be prepared.
要打来我，要打来我！你看这个人呐，伟大的习总书记了，你看看这习总书记，你看看这武汉人呐，连看病都看不了啊！习总书记，
这是在打针的现场，这个男的受不了，他是要钱呀，把钱全部往地上撒，但是没有人去抢。
是，我家要打的还是人。哎呦喂！你这让我买什么嘞？他妈的，老子逛了半天。
Wow. Wow, and here's a military vehicle being transported through Wuhan. So this is quite a compilation. These are armed guards. Their quarantine is in effect. Now, I must tell you that my concern is that the government is doing everything they can to suppress this. And unfortunately, Donald Trump is not thinking clearly. If I were president right now, I would be shutting off all incoming transportation into the United States from China. We would be screening Canadian imports, people coming into from Canada as well. making sure that no one comes to Canada and then tries to drive into the country. Just precautionary, it would only be about a 2-week period, assuming the spread of the disease doesn't continue. But they've already got one case of it right now. One case of it in Canada. We have one case in the United States. We have 2 cases in the United States, so it's not really out of control yet. One case in Toronto. Thanks, Max. You've got the story of McConnell's biggest donor. Okay, cool. Dave. Well, exactly. People cannot possibly... Well, people can come here all the time from national... We've got a pipeline of people coming in every day from China. Oh, yeah. We have hundreds of shipments into Seattle from mainland China every day. People are coming in all the time. We have an outlet mall kind of between where we live and Seattle, halfway on both sides. I go there sometimes. You can't find U.S. advertisement in the outlet mall. It's all in Chinese. There's such a strong Chinese market for people shopping designer labels here in America. It's unbelievable. I used to go to the outlet mall and shop. The prices are too expensive, but they're catering to a large group of national Chinese people who come over here, and the benefits of a little bit of a discount on some of the designer stuff. They bring it back home. 160,000 Chinese people arrive in the U.S. every week. So this would be a major problem if we did shut it off, but we're going to have to. If I were Donald Trump, I'd be assessing the situation rather carefully and seeing how fast the growth of the deaths occurred. Now, right now, it does look like China has gotten a handle on it. Based on the rate at which it started exploding, there was initially 9 people, and then it went quickly up to 25, then 46, and we're at 56 people right now dead. Now, somebody said, what do I get, Dave, to protect me from, something like this? Well, what I recommend is, and I've even talked about how I would offer the CDC a solution of providing masks like this. We'd buy them in bulk and offer them for people. But this is a N95 mask, and it is designed to be very portable, stackable. You could probably get 5 of them stacked together and sent to you in a package very affordably. This is a Home Depot purchase for $7.50 for one of these things. That's what you're looking for, N95. It is the best mask out there, made by 3M. And for all purposes, intents and purposes, you have to have that blowout aspect, because otherwise it gets too hot on your body. Anyway, it's called the N95 mask. Look it up. That's your best. There's also other ones. I have a bunch of blue Abso masks that I picked up for a song on eBay. I have about 500 blue Abso masks they use in hospitals around surgery. Hospitals use blue Absos all the time. That's also useful, but doesn't have the blowout aspect on it. What some people do is they put an N95 mask around the inside would be a blue Abso mask. So you got a double filter on you. One around your ears and the other one around your head. Yeah, well, the thing is, you're drinking at the AA meetings, okay, Zeno? Nobody's going to want you drinking tequila and doing an AA meeting. What are you thinking? I care, Frank. I do. And orange chicken is very delicious. I often love General Chow's chicken when I eat Chinese food. The yellow masks are for bacteria and virus protection. Good to know. Yeah. Well, I would quit drinking if I were you guys. You should convert to coffee. Get yourself some really good organic coffee and drink that instead. Not every place open to the public is allowed to take drinking. You're fighting a battle you'll never win, Zeno. You're fighting the AA meetings who are trying to stay away from alcohol and wondering why you can't drink there. Yeah, and one person said AA meetings are the best. You meet lots of drug dealers there. Well, I don't know if that's a good idea, but coffee's not gross. It's an antioxidant. People drink coffee all the time here in Washington. We're almost super saturated with coffee providers and baristas. Every few miles you see a coffee joint offering coffee. You got women wearing bikinis inside the coffee thing with the weather outside being 30 degrees. You got women in nice hot little coffee things wearing bikinis, and that draws guys in and say, yeah, I think I'll go for a latte, honey. Just to look at another woman in a bikini. Seriously. All right. As the Wuhan coronavirus continues to spread around the world, the World Health Organization's decision to hold off on declaring the outbreak a public health emergency of international concern is baffling. I agree. But if the rate doesn't increase past the numbers that we're seeing of dead people, I'm not thinking it's going to be that bad. But it does seem to me like from that video, if it is real, which it does appear to be, that it's getting very, very sketchy in the hospitals themselves. And they're building this 1,000 hospital bed solution in Wuhan right now, which will be built in 10 days. So apparently they're on it. I have to respect the fact that the Chinese government has got a solution here. But seriously, Wuhan is the center of a bioweapons testing lab that China has. That's just very suspicious that it would break out there. Even more suspicious that Bill Gates is the patent holder on this terrible coronavirus. Fever. Yes, I'm liking I'm drinking the limu bean from Ethiopia. And in case you didn't know, it does have a chocolatey taste. In case you didn't know, this organic bean, when you get the organic limu bean, is the first coffee bean that ever originated on Earth. So I'm drinking from the purest of all coffee beans. Yeah, we're supposed to care because they're coming to your town near you. We have 160,000 people coming in every day? Really? Every week. 160,000 people every week coming from China. Thank you, Max. You like the Sumatra blend of Ethiopian bean? Whole bean organic is the way to go. Yeah, I just got lucky. I don't know. My store that was selling this bag, I went there the other day and I said, I got to get another bag of this stuff. And it was the last bag sitting on the shelf. I don't know. I'm lucky that way. Every time I go for the last item, it's always sitting there. So I have another 10, I guess about 2 or 3 pounds of it. And I have another backup bag of organic coffee I bought at Costco. So I'm always set for the organic coffee. But I used to drink a lot of, well, I never drank a lot of sodas, but when I was a kid, I did drink some of those really bad ones. And believe it or not, there was a time when they made sodas with cyclamates. And I would be drinking Diet Pepsis when I was a kid. It's not safe, in my mind, to drink saccharin or aspartame. But cyclamates were banned from the market, but they weren't as dangerous, in my opinion, as aspartame. They were kind of a light amount. They only could put a little bit of cyclamates in something would make it all taste sweet. So I ended up drinking a few of those when I was a kid. So I had some bad era when I drank sodas. But then I converted in 85 to drinking coffee solely. From 78 to 85, I drank juices mostly. Aspartame converts into wood alcohol when the brain metabolizes it. I wouldn't doubt that. I don't trust aspartame. That's why I don't drink zero-calorie sweeteners or anything like Diet Cokes anymore. I never had aspartame. I just had cyclamates. But in the old days, I would drink tap water in Los Angeles and think, you know, back in the 60s, oh, sure, the Water Quality Association must care about my water. Seriously. I used to believe that the U.S. Water Quality Association would ensure me that I would never drink bad tap water, until I began realizing these people don't test anything. Their tests are so loosely set up that they just check for chlorine levels not too high, if at all. But they're putting fluoride in your tap water. Now, this is factcheck.org. PolitiFact had a different story, but this one claims McConnell's biggest donor isn't Russia. That's exactly true. Yeah, I like the PolitiFact one better. This one's better. This one shows the fact-checking claim that Mitch McConnell's biggest donor isn't sanctioned Russian oligarch. Talks about how much he got from Len Blavatnik. Yeah, this guy, the dual U.S.-UK citizen who works for Oleg Deripaska, the guy who rigged our election that we know of, is also making funds to Mitch McConnell's personal finances. Yeah, isn't that crazy? That would be front row news if this mainstream media would pick the story up. Here's a Chinese doctor in the city of Wuhan in tears announcing that there are too many cases of sick people. Yeah, I'm sorry, you don't understand Mandarin? I presumed you all spoke Chinese. Okay. You don't know how many people are there. Yes, I do. This is not a fake video. I don't believe this is fake at all. I wish we had a Google translation for that. Here's a Boeing retiree finds meaning inventing micro homes and high-speed trikes. We've got a 37-minute video about this guy tonight.
Smoke and carbon monoxide detector. I made the fence a little bigger on this. This guy right here, it's about a 4x8, and then I have another 4x right there. So there's a little cross ventilation.
He's come up with a way people could live on the street in an area a little bit better than a tent. So we'll feature that tonight in our show. He was saying, "What have you done? Reptoid, you speak Chinese? Thank you. What have you done?" And another guy made a tiny 10x10 home, and he's homesteading in a city for $1,600 in supplies. And he built his whole house for $1,600. Isn't that cool? And of course, we'll be featuring that as well tonight. Tiny home living. Uh-oh. Someone's getting pushed out of their house. Is this how homelessness starts, you know? You got to wonder why people are homeless. The coronavirus is already on Everett. It could make the cross over the water anytime soon. Yeah. He has a friend letting him use that land. That's cool. You did see a translation of the video? He was saying, what have you done? That's interesting. What a dump. What are you, Betty Davis? Do you even know who Betty Davis is? No, of course not. One of the most famous sayings of all people historically was Betty Davis saying, "What a dump."
What a dump.
You got Betty Davis eyes, I'll bet.
What a dump. What a dump.
You, let's slow it down. Kind of like Greta.
Dump. What a dump.
Hey, Daddy, do some funny voices. I'm not your daddy, okay? Who's your daddy? She has Betty Davis eyes. That was... Larry Sinclair doesn't cut it, man. Do you mind? You keep talking about this gay guy who had sex with Barack Obama. Who cares if Barack Obama's gay? Well, I do. I would never have wondered if he was gay if we'd known. I mean, wouldn't it have been better if we had known he was gay? Well, let's be clear. Michelle and I are in a transgender relationship. Wouldn't that have been better? You didn't know that Barack Obama is gay? Oh, wow. Well, he's not. He's bi. Does that make it better? Well, let's be clear. Barack Obama is bisexual. Yeah, Barack is bi. Joe, you can attest to that. Do you know Barack in that way? I mean, you hang out at the Bada Bing, so what goes on there stays there. I know how you're going. Well, I'm not here to talk about your sexuality. Joe Rivers did not die for nothing. We know for a fact that Joan Rivers said that Michelle was a transgender. We made very clear at our show. I played the video over and over again of Michelle dancing with her penis dangling between her legs. I'm not going to make that another issue for you to look at. How many times have we seen that video? I would say 1,000, wouldn't you? No, it's got to be, I'm going to, well, yeah, close to 1,000 times, considering how many shows I've done. How many times must I play the Michelle Obama video before you believe she's transgender? The answer, my friends, is blowing in the wind. Do a transgender Chinese with... No, we're not making fun of people tonight, Pizdet. You are. That's right. The answer is blowing in the wind. I never smoked a blunt with Reggie Love. No, I would never hang out with Barack and Reggie Love and do crack. I'm not a drug user, okay? Well, let's be clear. Barack Obama had a body man named Reggie Love in the White House for 3 years. And no one knew that they were actually going at it. And because there's no video of the White House. Just like right now. Carolyn Sunshine, they say, spends more time with Barack Obama than any other person at the White House. And now she is his press assistant. Now let me ask you, if you had a 23-year-old press assistant in the White House with you every day like Donald does, would you be worried about the impeachment? Oh, Carolyn, you're so wonderful. I want to take my mind off this impeachment. Could you help me? Come on. You had Donald Trump in the White House privately, no video cameras, nothing for the past 3.5 years. And look at Rodney. He's like, oh, she's hot. Hi, Dave. I wonder if Carolyn Sunshine can come over to my house. Yeah. I'm telling you that this is inappropriate for the White House to not have a full video camera set up so that you look to see that another president like Bill Clinton isn't having oral sex with their, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I don't need to get too explicit here. Well, the bottom line is we're not seeing any kind of oversight whatsoever. There's no video cameras of the Oval Office in Donald Trump's administration. I've talked about putting one in my administration in the White House right behind the desk. No, I just think we have a right to know if Donald Trump is getting his fair share of Bill Clinton Act. It's not cool for a president to have committed adultery, twice with Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal and not admit it? If this was my White House, I would have a camera right under the desk here and one up above with two cameras on both sides, and we'd be going, hey, let's have a chat show. And instead of me actually, being at the desk, giving you a blow-by-blow description of what's happening in the news, you wouldn't be seeing a blow-by-blow description of what's going on down underneath the chair. Are you with me? That's what I'm talking about. You have no idea if Donald Trump isn't doing something. You will know that no hanky-panky is going on. I'm just doing my calisthenics and, it's creepy, I know. I knew you'd like that. We try to appeal to the lowest common denominator here. I'm glad you enjoy that part. But you have no idea what Donald is doing with Carolyn Sunshine right now. It's 2020 and you don't have a clue. Your future presidents are babbling idiots.
What do I do? I can't talk. What do I do?
If we had a legitimate presidency with Barack Obama, the homosexual that he is, we would have had a videotape of the Oval Office. We would have had transparency. We didn't get that with George W. Bush. We don't know what he was doing there. When Bill Clinton was caught having sex in the Oval Office, we did nothing as a country. We absolutely didn't put together a plan to videotape the Oval Office to make sure that this hanky-panky wasn't happening. Well, I'm already in the game, buddy. You have no idea, do you? I've penetrated world markets. I'm bigger than big. I'm one of the most known names around the world now. In fact, remember that name, Muhammad Ali? Nobody knows what that name is. But David Sponheim, people are talking. I know. We've got some important things happening right now. We've got Donald Trump charged with obstruction of Congress. We have abuse of power charges. We have an impeachment process underway because I said we needed it. It's happening. So don't kid yourself. This is a process. It takes time. We can't just solve this problem by claiming, oh, Donald Trump is doing great. Donald Trump is this. Donald Trump is that. We're never going to get out of this problem with Russia unless we figure out what's happening. So the process is going forward. I want you Republicans to stop hating Adam Schiff, for starters, because he did a very good job of outlining what's really going on here. And you're in denial. You're going, oh no, it's all a Russian hoax. So you printed out campaign sign to support ATP and people from the city came out and told you to remove it? Well, you guys who are living near universities can go to our website, americasthirdparty.com, right now, and print out the front page of the site. I'll take you there right now, americasthirdparty.com, and you see immediately my poster. Now, this poster is printable in black and white and color. It's totally versatile. I created it so that you can actually print it out at an Office Max You can make an 8.5 by 11 in black and white and just slap it on for like 10 cents and slap it on one of the billboards at your local university. Seriously. It's very simple. Join the voter revolt. Slap it on. Well, not like you would slap on KY, okay, Rodney? Let's be real here. Yeah, we're not going to get into your slap chop, whatever you're into. Pizdet, that is an inappropriate statement here. You will be banned if you continue. But the site gives you our platform. You can click on that. You go to our store. You can donate. You can check our video casting sites out. And you can even go visit our old site where we actually teach you how to get on the ballot. Kind of cool. This is the last remnants of our old site. It's a skeleton of what we used to have. It was all pulled from archives when we were heavily attacked. But you can read our platform, and that's kind of a cool thing too. And this platform has many different details. But if you just want our standard platform, go to the main site and go to platform, and that tells you what we're all about. Ending war, maintaining volunteer fighting force of 2 million, and ending the selective service requirement. That's big. I don't want a draft in America. I believe it's antiquated. Yes, I know the swatting video was taken down on YouTube. I'm not here to exploit the swatting attack. I never was. I put it on my own show a couple times, but I'm not really worried about it. They're stopping me in every way. Oh yeah. You gotta understand, there's a systematic censorship going on, Rodney, that you're completely oblivious to. U.S. sues California over private prison ban. Banning private prisons. I don't know. I think banning private prisons makes sense. Take the profit motive out of justice. I'm not here to exploit that swatting attack. I really don't. It's a bad memory. I should have had other representation. Getting a few seconds out there of me speaking the truth was bare minimum. I certainly don't in any way want to even bring that up other than to prosecute the people that did it. All right. So here's the link we had from Donald, excuse me. We got a link earlier here. The vaccination racket. Vaccination is child abuse. Wow, all these memes are related to that. This is like a meme factory, so you can get all kinds of posters related to vaccines here. It's got one of the largest memes available. Yeah, let's talk about bubonic plague. Okay, that goes nowhere. Oh, bubonic plague vaccine. Huh. This person was given a bubonic plague vaccine in 1968. He did not volunteer for these, had absolutely no choice, neither matter. Okay. It was when he worked at Cheyenne Mountain. He's posting to this what happened. They said the chipmunks in the area were carriers of bubonic plague. And it says he looks like he had a high probability of having been injected with SV40 contaminant. They're talking about SV40 in our vaccines, possibly related to cancer. And vaccines that were delivered in the 60s, like the ones I had, may have had the SV40 in it, which is trace cancer elements that could be contagious. Wow. Hey, well, this is a great site if you want to go check out everything you'd ever want to know about that. Vaccinations. Here it is. Greta is not the end-all to everything. Greta is just an exploited girl who got on the front page of Time magazine. I mean, it doesn't really take a genius to realize that that's all bought off. Yeah. And her father does her Facebook account, and yeah, we found that out last week. She's really not even the spokesman. She just reads off a script. It's kind of sad, really. So the White House itself is under siege. If you're a supporter of Donald Trump, you're oblivious to the dangers of having a president work for a foreign power like Russia. If you're a person who's wondering why Trump hasn't been impeached yet, you're looking at the entire corruption within our government and how it is sculpted like a terrible, nightmarish sculpture of controlled opposition. People paid to dislike each other. If you like Fox News and hate CNN, you're part of that. If you like CNN and hate Fox News, you're part of that. We are all falling into the category of left versus right. And that's the problem. It's a confining place to be. It's taking our country backward in time. We're devolving, and this is intentional. They're actually trying to turn our country into a paralyzed group of non-voters. If we got out the vote, if we got 55,000, or rather 55% of the vote to come out of the vote and get out there. Right now, 55% of our country doesn't even want to vote. If we can get 55% of our country to vote, we could topple the two-party system with a third party. That's how serious this is. Well, I was very calm. You know, I get calmer the more stressful things get. And I think that's built into my genetic structure. My dad fought in 3 tours of duty over in the Philippines during World War II, and that's 3 solid years of battle. And that means my chromosomes are battle weary. So when my father had me as a kid, he'd already been through the ringer big time. He told me he felt like a different life. That's how weird his life was in overseas fighting the war. So I'm kind of uniquely capable of remaining calm in some of the most stressful situations. I don't understand it. I just get more and more calm every time people try to force me to do something. Hospital staff in the Wuhan area are wearing adult diapers because they don't have time to pee while caring for an overwhelming number of coronavirus patients. Well, that's a very serious problem when they can't even go to the bathroom. They're wearing adult diapers. Wow. And I heard 40 million people are now in quarantine. When 40 million people are in quarantine, and our president doesn't lock down on transportation from China, there's something wrong with our president. We've got a dolt for a president. I would immediately issue a travel ban on all travel from China, and we'd begin turning planes around. I don't understand why he's not taking precautions here. Well, remember Obama, he brought Ebola patients in here. Well, we should start preparing for an outbreak. I agree. I mean, how can we go wrong preparing? That's kind of a cool background for a sustainable Saturday. Woo, Han! Woohoo! That's pretty. Well, I am preparing for an outbreak. I have my 500 masks that I'll put outside my house if it starts happening in my area. I'll offer free masks for people in baggies. Yeah. My little part, I won't leave my house. I won't open the door. But I'll leave the bag outside, conveniently placed so people could use it. You know. Do I have a bunker? If I had a bunker, would I tell you I had a bunker? No, I don't have a bunker. So a coronavirus doctor has said everybody's stuck here and can't leave. Okay. Okay, Wuhan residents are trying to stay indoors and take precautions to stop the outbreak from. Very nice. Any of you watching me in the Wuhan area, I'm thanking you for staying inside, not going anywhere. I never end my show early. No, it always ends at 1 o'clock a.m. now. Ever since after the summer, I realized I had to close the show down at 1 a.m. Pacific time. I'm looking to have a 24/7 show eventually, but it'll require some work. I have to build some stingers and automated programming systems, but it's possible. Many of the people in Wuhan were preparing for Lunar New Year celebrations. So it's very difficult during this time period. They want to celebrate, but in the last 2 weeks, there's been an alarming rate of spread. The figures are alarming. The incubation period is usually 7 days, with 2 to 3 days in the minimum period and 10 to 12 days to the maximum. And that's critical because you're fighting not only pneumonia, but other diseases inside of you, including intestinal problems. Yes, 1 a.m. is my time to go to sleep. I couldn't possibly stay. A long time ago, I was staying up till 3 in the morning. And because of that, I couldn't possibly sustain that. And I felt that I was keeping people up at the East Coast till 4 in the morning, or actually till 5 in the morning, the break of dawn. Thank you. So I was a little bit worried that the people were staying up to past the break of dawn back east in the U.S., so I felt that 1 a.m. would be better. And you can watch our show in repeat once I stop broadcasting. YouTube uploads almost immediately. And just go to the bottom of our page at America's Third Party and watch the show. I shut down at 1 a.m. Pacific. It used to be 2 a.m., but like I said, I couldn't sustain that. And then I had to upload till 3 in the morning. So I was like getting like 5 hours sleep. I'm trying to get 6 hours sleep at least right now. And you stayed up late getting butt worms? Wow. I don't know how that happens. Sosa Gang 3, are you trying to make money here? I understand Mark is giving $5 for every time you come in and spam that. No, I don't. I absolutely don't have any drug addictions, Rodney. Except, of course, I like caffeine. I mean, I'm addicted to caffeine, but I don't consider that a drug. It's a drink. You stay up 4 days at a time. The best I could do is stay up to 3 days at a time. But I wouldn't recommend doing that. It's very bad for your body. Yeah, when I was at 17 or 18 years old, I pulled a 3-day stint driving across country by myself. Foolish, really. Really foolish to do that. Don't ever do that. But I was safe enough to get there, but at a certain point your body will start hallucinating, whether you like it or not. If you go 3 days without sleep, you will start hallucinating. You can get mental problems, yeah. It was good, though, to conquer that sleep tendency, because if you haven't conquered sleep tendency while driving, it can be very dangerous. About 5 years ago, a family in South Carolina had planned on going to Disneyland in Florida, and they all got in the car. Mom, Dad, the brother, the sister, and the brother's friend. And it was an SUV. And they left South Carolina and they started driving, and by the time they got to a certain point, their young son wanted to drive, and he just got his license. And it was getting dark. And he got in the front of the wheel, and Mom and Dad went in the back, and I guess they felt so comfortable with their new son driving that they didn't even belt their buckles. Nor did the sister. And the young friend and his companion were sitting in the front seat. Long story short, he fell asleep at the wheel, flipped the SUV, and killed his sister, his mom, and his dad and severely injured his friend in the passenger seat. Yeah, it's horrible. So at the end of the day, when he got home after, getting out of the hospital, he knew that he had killed his parents and his sister. Can you imagine how horrible that is? Okay, we have a guy making money here posting spam in our shows, so we'll be dealing with that. I just can't imagine how much guilt he must feel to this day. I mean, this guy's alive, he's still remembering it. It's like, can you imagine knowing full well it's his stupidity driving while he was sleepy. And he was such a young driver, he had no experience. It's like, you got to be kidding me. I don't know, he's walking around, he's like 28 or 25 now. He must be the most depressing guy on earth. I mean, I can't imagine what he must be going through. And that man is now president of the United States. No, I'm just kidding. You know that George Bush's wife, Laura Bush, she ended up hitting a guy and killing him in the 60s. Most people don't know that Laura Bush actually ran over a guy. The guy was driving a Corvair. She even talked about it in 2010. New York Times has the article. Laura Bush opens up about the crash. Oh, but I can't watch it because I have to pay for it. Wow, everything you go to. Laura Bush's fatal accident, Snopes. Okay, I'll take that if it's free. A teenage Laura Bush caused the death of a classmate in an automobile accident. True. Yep. Driving is one of the most dangerous activities we engage in. And most of us do it every day, little realizing the peril of it. Every year in the U.S., there are approximately 6.5 million traffic accidents, resulting in 42,000 fatalities. That's huge. Think about it. No, I don't do any Jackie can. Jackie won't. I don't do any martial arts exhibitions here. The 17-year-old Laura Welch, previous to Laura Bush, had run a stop sign, causing the death of the sole occupant of the vehicle hers had struck. She'd been driving her Chevy sedan to a local drive-in theater on a clear night shortly after 8 p.m. on November 6, 1963, when she entered an intersection without heeding the stop sign and collided with a Corvair sedan driven by 17-year-old Michael Douglas. Also in the car with Laura Welch was her friend, 17-year-old Judy Dykes. How fast Miss Welch might have been driving is open to question. Part of the report is illegible. It could have been she's going 50 miles per hour at this. That's possible. That would explain why the man in the Corvair, which is a fairly heavy car, was killed. But again, there were no seatbelts during this time period. Now, Laura, she was a tremendous support for for George W. Bush. Laura did a great job supporting him, and to this day, yeah, I'll give you the link. Check it out. It's at Snopes. Laura did a great job supporting George W. I don't think that George W. could have been as effective even in the presidency as he was if he didn't have a woman as powerful and strong as her. Sarah and I got a chance to see her speak publicly in Seattle one day. She is a really interesting and intense woman. I mean, I was quite amazed, and I'm not even a Republican. She has been through a lot. You can imagine the guilt that she felt over that. So when George Bush met her having had a DUI at Kennebunk, he must have said, Yeah. George W. Bush had a DUI at Kennebunk, and it was a felony, and it got purged from his record because of his dad, George H.W. Bush. He must have said, Laura, tell me about when you killed that guy. It's kind of like when I was drunk in Kennebunk. I told the officers I wasn't drinking. You can imagine them meeting and talking about that. Jared, how are you? Your father-in-law is a horrible man. You're right. He is not filthy rich. He has hardly any money. Yeah, your father-in-law is veritably poor. He owes so much to the Russian oligarchs that you guys are paying off right now. Did you ever get that connection to the Kremlin, Jared, that you were seeking? That private connection without the NSA listening to you? Robert Mueller didn't even investigate that. You should feel pretty lucky. You're not even named in the Mueller report. You and Rodney know each other on first names? Jared Kushner, everybody. So do you prefer that or this?
Wait, what?
That or this?
I like this better.
This is better. Okay. Sarah's here to bring you just simplicity in discussion and kind of a nice attitude. I have more of an edgy, sarcastic attitude, as you can see. So she's the freshness that comes in the show so that I can eat my dinner. Bye. Jared is here for you. Don't tell Ivanka that you're here, Jared. She would get jealous. Yeah, seriously. Are you kidding? Jared's got a thing about coming to the show whenever you're in here.
Oh, God.
Ivanka would get jealous, of course. Any woman would get jealous if her husband's hanging out with another woman online. I just talked about Laura Bush, what a great speaker she was.
It was nice to hear her talk about how much she cared about literacy.
Yeah, and she was a teacher, like you.
And
she had,
I think that is important.
Definitely.
I didn't read an article. Somebody sent me an article about like why people aren't becoming more literate. Anyway,
yeah.
I didn't read it.
Well, just pretend like she's here with you right now, and.
No, please don't do that.
Oh, sorry. Okay. I saw the defense team, Manny, Mo, and Jack. What is their defense? Oh, it's all a Russian hoax. We got to kill another half hour here. Oh, it's all a fake scam. Got to kill another half hour here. Well, there are a lot of people that support me. Got another half an hour. That's their defense. The reason why Donald Trump is...
He's the president. He can do anything he wants.
Right.
I think that's their defense.
The reason why Donald Trump claims he's innocent is because he's being investigated. Now, that doesn't make any sense, does it? It's a witch hunt. That's called an investigation. Yeah, whether you want to call it a witch hunt or not, the reason why you're innocent is not because you're being investigated, okay? There's all kinds of truth coming out. Trump has been revealed. He claimed he didn't meet Lev Parnas. Let's deal with that right now. Yet we have now proof that he was talking to Lev Parnas about what would happen if Russia and Ukraine got into a war. He not only knows Lev Parnas, he's been photographed with him 10 times. That, my friends or non-friends, is Donald Trump lying when he said he never met Lev Parnas. Thank you. Oh, and he lied about his tax returns too. We got him on 2 solid lies and 15,000 little lies.
And I'm going to do just random websites. 15 5-minute breakfast ideas that aren't all toast. When you're running late and you can't eat another granola bar. That's pretty cute. I like the eggs and chives and avocado. You know what? It says there are only so many bowls of granola bar, bowls of cereal, granola bars, and pieces of half-burnt toast that you can eat for weekday breakfast. You can whip up a 5-minute breakfast really quick. Cooked rolled oats. They do a aggressively beaten egg, seasoned with salt, drop a knob of butter in a well-heated through 6-inch steel skillet. When sizzling and starting to brown, pour in the egg, mix it up with the back of the fork. Let it sit nicely until brown. Flip, serve it in a golden, they call it the golden brown. Cooked rolled oats cook in less than 5 minutes. Put a big spoonful of crunchy peanut butter. You can put in hemp seeds, splash of milk, some maple syrup, or a medjool date that's split open, pitted, and stuffed with crunchy peanut butter. Ooh, that's a good one. And no, I was not in a... I've never been in a commune. I like the picture of this. I think it's some lox with avocado on some akmak. Oh, no, rye crackers. Rye crackers, they taste like actual pieces of roofing if you eat them plain, but you put avocado and salt on top. And you have some avocado toast. You can even do a little bit of onion with the avocado, guacamole-esque. You could scramble an egg with a ripped up chives on avocado on top. You could have a corn tortilla cooked in a pan until it like crisps up, and add scrambled eggs on top. I'm not a big egg fan. I think there is a lot of bowls of cereal I can eat. Sorry, bon appetit. I don't know who you're talking about, Howie. Oh, I'm going to try another one. Are aliens plentiful? This is medium.com. Dang, I like Medium. No, I have only 2 free stories left this month. Oh well. I guess I have to read it. This one, since it came here. Are you looking for life in all the wrong places, like SETI with smoke signals? A little over 80 years ago, humanity first began broadcasting radio and television signals with enough power that they should leave Earth's atmosphere and progress deep into interstellar space. Akmak is a type of cracker that they sell at Trader Joe's and maybe other places too. If someone living in a distant star system were keeping a vigilant eye out for these signals, they would not only be able to pick them up, but immediately identify them as created by intelligent species. In 1960, Frank Drake first proposed searching for such signals from other star systems by using large radio dishes, giving rise to SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Yet, over the past half-century, 50 years, we've developed far more efficient ways to communicate across the globe than with broadcast radio and TV signals. Does searching for aliens in the electromagnetic spectrum even make sense anymore? This question, of course, is extraordinarily speculative, but it gives us a chance to look at our own technological progress and to consider how that might play out elsewhere in the universe. After all, if someone from a culture that was versed in only smoke signals and drum beats found themselves deep inside the heart of a forest, they might conclude that there was no intelligent life around. Yet, if you gave them a cell phone, there's a good chance they would get reception from right where they stood. Our conclusions may be as biased as the methods we apply. I like that concept. Yes, that's my whole idea, is to turn it into a snooze fest when I'm on and have an actual intelligent conversation. Rather than you guys just devolve to talking about, I don't know, people. Zymertrack, sorry, you're a big YouTuber, you like your streams, so you believe you should YouTube Zymer's tracks and put free music in it. Thank you, Music Clef thinks David would make a good president. I don't believe that for a second, Jared Kushner. You think the deep state fabricated the Russian dossier to subvert the president? I do not believe that at all. No, Mad Dog? I don't know what that is, Stormy Daniels. I don't want to talk about that, Rodney. The mechanism of electricity only began to be understood in the late 18th century with the work of Ben Franklin. The power of electricity only began to be harnessed to run electric circuits and other powered devices during the 19th century. And the phenomena associated with classical electromagnetism only became understood through the latter half of the century. The first transmissions of electromagnetic signals for communication didn't take place until 1895. And the power of radio broadcasts to extend far out into interplanetary and interstellar space wasn't achieved until the 1930s. I definitely disagree with you, Jared Kushner. This is like a timeline. The image current in 2011, as of 2011, shows the reach of humanity's radio signals in space. A light year is a long distance, but the stars in our galaxy are tens of thousands of light years away on average. So it's like every year going out into space. Wow. Well, we definitely don't harvest tobacco, Howie. The speed of light is a limit, quite a limiting thing itself. Thing as well. If our radio signals have been traveling through interstellar space for 80 years, that means that only civilizations that are within 80 light years of us would have had an opportunity to receive those signals, and that only civilizations within 40 light years would have had the opportunity to receive those signals and send something back to us that we would have received by now. If the Fermi paradox is the question of where is everyone, the answer is not within 40 light years of us. So that doesn't tell us very much about intelligent life in the universe at all. No, irony. Oh. That's just, no, definitely not, Howie. No, I said no, Mad Dog. I hope that never happens, Trump Tardo. While there might be hundreds of billions of stars within our galaxy alone, and around 2 trillion galaxies in the observable universe, there are less than 1,000 stars that are within 40 light years of Earth. No, not that I've... No, William. At least not for me. There are a few dozen stars within 14 light years of Earth. That number rises up to only about 1,000 after 40 light years, which is close to the maximum round-trip time of a light signal sent from Earth by humans capable of reaching out into the universe. To make matters worse, electromagnetic signals going out from Earth into interstellar space are decreasing, not increasing. Television and radio broadcasts are increasingly being run through cables or satellite, not from transmission towers on Earth. By the time another century passes, it's very likely that the signals we sent out, and therefore the signals we began looking for during the 20th century, will cease to be emitted from Earth altogether. Perhaps an alien civilization making note of these observations when the signals do arrive would draw the conclusion that this blue, watery planet orbiting our star in the great distance actually achieved intelligence, technologically advanced life for a short while, but then wiped ourselves out because the signals gradually stopped. Or perhaps drawing conclusions from what is or isn't present in any form of electromagnetic signal is altogether wrong-headed. The Earth at night emits electromagnetic signals, but it would take a telescope of incredible resolution to create an image like this from light years away. So true. I tend to believe in contrails. I do believe that they modify the weather. I don't really think it's for any nefarious purpose. What if the last signals talk about the new transmission methods we're using? Yeah, maybe. If we were to look at Earth from a nearby distance in visible light, there would be no doubt about the fact of whether or not it's inhabited. The great glow of cities at night is unmistakably a sign of our activity. Yet this light pollution is relatively new and is something we're finally learning how to manage and control if we put the effort, like time, money, manpower, resources into it. There's no reason not to be optimistic that by the end of the 21st or 22nd centuries, the Earth at night will look no different than it did for billions of years. Dark, except for the occasional aurora, lightning storm, or erupting volcano. Why? Because we'll be more efficient with how we use our light? I don't know about that. I mean, there's always these street lights and things like that. They're saying that they're not going to shoot out into space like they did before, like that we'll only use what we need here on Earth. You're right about the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I will give you that, Jared. Or Trump that credit, whatever. Of course, the Democrats would argue that Obama put things in place to already start the growth of the economy, but if we weren't looking for electromagnetic signals, what would we look at? Indeed, everything in the known universe is limited by the speed of light, and any signal created on another world would necessitate that we be able to observe it. These signals, in terms of what could reach us, fall into 4 categories: electromagnetic signals, gravitational wave signals, neutrino signals, and macroscopic space probes. You really like jazz music? I really do not like jazz music. Yeah, Real Man's attorney says we need David Sponheim, not a rich guy that gives tax breaks to corporations. I wonder about Antonin Scalia, if he David thinks that it was, they say he died in his sleep. David thinks there might have been foul play. Oh, that is definitely a place I cannot go, a jazz and hot dog festival. I have not had bologna since I was a child. I know I'm not going to eat bologna. I would have to be starving to eat bologna. Electromagnetic signals include any form of light of any wavelength that would indicate the presence of intelligent life. Gravitational wavelengths, which, if there was one unique to intelligent life, would be detectable with sensitive enough equipment anywhere in the universe. Neutrino signals, which, although incredibly low in flux at great distances, would have an unmistakable signature dependent on the reaction that created them. Which makes its way toward Earth. That's by far the least likely. I was never accepted by oy vey. But I did get a scholarship from Mensa. How old was I? Oh, I'd have to go look at my thing, but it's older than 20. I was like 20. When you think about the vast distances between it takes in terms of resources to physically send a space probe from one planet around one star to another planet around another. It seems literally crazy to consider that method might be a good plan. Far more likely you'd think it would be smart to build the right type of detector to survey all the various regions of the sky and seek out the signals that could unambiguously show the presence of intelligent life. I wonder what this is. Long-term average precipitation by month based on 1961-1990 data, which affects the water concentration, therefore the emission spectrum of Earth. That's pretty interesting. It's a cool little map. All right. I know I only have 2 more stories this month. It's pretty sad. That's why I'm reading through this one. I'm enjoying this. I enjoyed this website, but I don't necessarily want to pay for it yet. In the electromagnetic spectrum, we know we'll close out of this, orbital changes in what electromagnetic signals our planet emits. As the seasons change, so do the colors on various parts of our planet. With a large enough telescope or an array of telescopes and more. But perhaps the best thing we could look for is alterations to the natural environment, consistent with something that only an intelligent civilization would create. Like looking at other planets and mapping them over time and then seeing if, something changes that only an intelligent being would cause that change to happen, like deforestation, which could be argued is not really intelligent. We haven't yet done these things, but perhaps large-scale modifications of a planet would be the exact thing we should be looking for, and should be the large-scale projects we'd aspire towards. Remember, any civilization that we find is unlikely to be in their technological infancy like we are. If they survive it and thrive through it, we'll likely encounter them in a state tens or hundreds of thousands of years more advanced than we are. And if that doesn't boggle your mind, consider how much more advanced we are than we were just a few hundred years ago.
But look at the possibility that 50,000 years ago we were Atlantean, Lemurian colonies that had been devastated by a flood and massive earth fractures. Maybe the library at Alexandria really did have all the secrets.
Perhaps as our gravitational wave technology becomes set to detect the first signals from the universe, we'll discover that there are subtle effects that lend themselves to detection across the cosmos. Perhaps there's something to be said for a world with tens of thousands of satellites orbiting it. Something unique that a gravitational wave detector could spot. We haven't worked it out in great detail because this field is in its infancy and not yet developed to the point where it could detect such a small signal. But these signals don't degrade the way electromagnetic ones do, nor is there anything that shields them. Perhaps this new branch of astronomy will be the way to go hundreds of years from now. But his money's on the third option. Out of the box thought. Neutrinos.
I had Costco chicken and Brussels sprouts and steamed carrots. And there are some Brussels sprouts and steamed carrots if you want some out on the stove.
Okay.
No, we bought a Costco chicken a couple days ago and made 3 meals out of it. Please don't get the F word in here, please. Thank you. And that's very sacrilegious, that name you've acquired. I'm going to ban that name. So far as there is life in an infinite universe besides ours. I'm not a cross between anything. I know. Odin the Cat says, yeah, Christ is not the appropriate word here. Okay, if you want to be religious, you can. But Sarah doesn't believe in like reptilians or aliens of that kind. She believes that aliens exist and could exist and have existed. I believe I met a guy who claimed he was from Mars once, and I can tell you it was the freakiest encounter I've ever had. The guy looked like a mannequin. And he said, and he told me boldly, bold-faced to my face, he said, I am from Mars. And I was like,
oh, you met Thor.
Sure you are. I might have been the valiant Thor, yeah. I said, sure you are. Of course you are. That's obviously where you think you are from. He said, no, I really am from Mars. It was like really serious. And he was dressed in a black coat. He all dressed in black. And I thought, okay, this is weird enough. And then later I was at a market nearby. And it was the weirdest thing. I looked across the room and I saw him there. And there was no way out. There were no doors or exits. And I looked away and I looked back and he was gone. And I went all the way over there looking for him.
Wow.
It was like he disappeared in some hidden tunnel. There have been weird sightings here on the island and all around the Washington area. Over 190 sightings of unidentified flying objects in the past year. This is a mecca for UFOs where we are.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go outside, don't be surprised if you don't see hovering orbs above your house.
Okay.
All right, Sarah, thank you very much. Have some vegetables.
Quite a few dragging.
Feel free to some of those vegetables on the stove if you want.
Okay.
It might add to your vitamin
Roughage.
total for the evening, yeah. Because we kind of ate together. Sarah and I had a little pizza today and a little bit of chicken. We had our little things, and then we're grazing. It's not placenta spray, okay? No, it's fruit spray, and it's made out of this decanted fluid I call fountain of youth water. You know, Jared, we kind of knew you weren't real, so what we're going to do is go ahead and ban you from the show. We knew that you were just some troll living in your mother's basement expecting money from the show. Some people are getting paid to come in here and attack us. For every time they attack us, they get money, cash. I have to read the chat now. I'm not eating gruel, Mad Dog. And I see you were making statements about how long David gets swatted again, Trump Tardo. Wow, that's a mutable offense. Sarah didn't allow you. Sarah should never allow you to say those things. Rodney, are you paid? You can come clean. A lot of people who've made money from Mark, you got paid directly though. I do log it as a threat, yeah. How much did you make last year trolling our show, Rodney? You can tell us. Well, banning is not... when a person can't see the show, that's their problem. I'm really making the last word for other people to see. Edgar Casey used some lavender spray. That's not my formula. My formula is way better. And he didn't have access to the Fountain of Youth. I do. Yeah, it's amazing. This place is beautiful. It's pristine. I would describe it to you, but unfortunately, you don't deserve that. It took me forever to find it. It's a pristine place surrounded by absolute nature. It doesn't get any better by that. You live by the Fountain of Youth, really? You live near Florida, yeah. What if I told you the Fountain of Youth was not in Florida? Would that shock you? I know many of you think it is, but that was Ponce de Leon's mistake. You know, KY, we've had it with you. I can't tell you how messed up you are to come into our show, and I've given you every opportunity to correct your bad, evil ways. And KY Poopy decided to attack our show after I had feeling empathy for the fact that he was life raped, and now he calls me a BSer. It's unbelievable. I don't care about your fetish for women, Howie. Right. God's Acres Healing Springs offers the Edgar Cayce formula, but there's no proof that Edgar Cayce actually came up with that. You had the spirit presence of God when you drank from the water? Really? I might check that place out. It might be another fountain of youth. Please don't fraternize with the people who have been banned. That's a purgeable offense. Yeah, he was life raped, KY Poopy. And he wants me to feel comfort and kindness toward him when he treats me like shit. Oh, sorry. Did I say that? Yeah, I don't need that. He's life raping us right now. Yeah. Hashtag life rape. It's trending. I like your streams. Exemer Tracks said, sup, I'm a big YouTuber. I like your streams, so I believe you should YouTube Exemer Tracks and put free music in it. Okay. I'll check it out. Thank you, man. Check it out right now. YouTubing Exemer Tracks. Get some free music in here. I'll do a test and see if they're faithful. That's copyright music. Let's free. Okay, I'll test it out and see if I get a monetization claim on that tonight. Does it have to be bad music like that, or can it be fun, good music? Sarah, you didn't address my Antarctica question. What is the government hiding in Antarctica? The secret VRIL program. I trace the origins of our current program, our current government, to the Nazis. And I know this is kind of harsh to deal with, but Richard Nixon was just one of those. Nixon was definitely a Nazi. Yeah. But the Bush family were Nazis too. Their father, the father of George H.W., the grandfather of George W., was Prescott Bush, who money laundered for Adolf Hitler. Hitler's Nazis embedded themselves in our government through Operation Paperclip. Now, I'm not making any of that up. This is all fact-based. So they've been turning our government into the de facto military machine that Germany had. It worked so well in Germany for those few years before they were challenged that they've hijacked our government and they do the same thing. Yeah, and in fact, in 1971, Nixon ordered the FBI to stop hunting Nazis. Thank you, Newton Spitzen. Thanks for your input. Yeah, and he also did the Nixon shock in 1971 and got off the gold currency, allowing them to print up money recklessly, inflating our currency and undermining the value of our dollars. Ron Paul this past week determined something very strange. He did a Freedom of Information request from the FBI and found out that his group, the Liberty Group, were under investigation by the FBI for no reason. Ron Paul was shocked. Let's see if that's in the news here. According to Ron Paul, don't trust Trump on Iran. I don't have that information directly, or do I? Ron Paul on how expensive is FBI spying? He's kind of riding on the coattails of a current Republican review of the FBI's practices under the current impeachment process. How expensive is FBI spying? So the Cato Institute recently filed for several Freedom of Information requests to find out if the FBI conducted surveillance of several organizations dealing with government policy, including Campaign for Liberty. Based on the FBI's response, Campaign for Liberty and other organizations, including the Cato Institute and the Reason Institute, may have been subjected to FBI surveillance or other data collection. He says may have because the FBI gave Mr. Eddington a GLOMAR response pertaining to these organizations. A GLOMAR response is when the agency says it can neither confirm nor deny involvement in particular activity. Now, the free speech movement, the FSM movement in the 1960s, and the SDS, Students for a Democratic Society, both experienced FBI's agents installed in their groups, trying to become anarchists and dissenters and essentially creating a crisis. When these people were simply protesting in rallies, they had people embedded by the FBI trying to start wars. Think about it. Great. I'm glad that Donald Trump is doing everything he can to prevent a Holocaust. Makes sense to me. But how many Jewish people are actually Nazis? That's the question. Yeah, there are a lot of groups of people that came over from Germany as tourists. Many of them were considered Jewish immigrants, and many of them had Ashkenazi backgrounds, much like Hitler and Himmler. So how many people came over under the guise of being Jewish when in fact they were Nazis? Ashkenazis. You got to ask yourself that question. So here we are, moving forward. We're not about to relive World War II and call people out as being this or that, but we are aware that our government is controlled by a handful of Ashkenazis, all of which have gained power because they're very greedy. And we are becoming more aware as Americans that this is the case. Donald being one of them. Now, Donald has cost our country a huge amount of farming loss due to his bad trade policies with China. Forcing people to work is like China, ironically. It's like a forced labor camp. And now we're looking at Donald Trump pushing laws like the one in Maine LePage has offered, where he's turned away food stamps to over 4 million people in the U.S., saying if they don't get a job, they don't get food stamps. So you're going to see more and more people in the streets of America soon without any food. And that's not exactly what this country needs. Not when food is so cheap. I don't have any gout. It's a mutable offense. Now, signing a farm bill into law is just doing whatever the Republicans and Democrats want them to do. It's not a big deal. But welfare reform that limits the amount of food and support families can get is really a step toward civil strife, civil unrest. The only positive thing I can tell you about Donald Trump is he stole 15 of my ideas. He didn't implement them properly, but that's a good thing because at least my ideas got out there. But that's the only good thing I can say about Donald Trump. I wish I could say it was a bad thing, but being my ideas are so good, even a person stealing them for his own personal gain at least pushes my ideas forward. But Trump is never going to legalize marijuana, that's for sure. And more than 68% of the country want legalized marijuana. So Donald Trump is out of step with America. And his behavior now is seemingly untrustworthy, especially knowing now that he lied when he said he never met Lev Parnas, and we've heard him talking to Lev Parnas. We've seen him photographed with Lev Parnas virtually 10 times. So let's not joke around. This guy lies incessantly, and he's done it recently. Here he is talking to Lev Parnas.
Russia, also keep in mind, talks a big game, but they're not ready to If they go on their own, Russia will.
Lev Parnas, who's been doing several interviews, and listen to this exchange that the president had with him about the dynamics between Russia and Ukraine, where the president is asking how long they think Ukraine could last if they got into an actual combat with Russia.
They have everything there. They're just right now waiting for your support a little bit to make sure, because obviously if they go on their own, Russia won't let them do it, because they'll cut off a lot of their revenue.
How long have they lasted a fight with Russia?
That's Donald Trump speaking to Lev Parnas. How long would they last in a fight with Russia?
Not very long. Without us, not very long.
This is an actual photo. This is an actual audio tape that Lev Parnas handed over. There's no audio archives of any doctored evidence. So Donald Trump outright lied about knowing Lev Parnas, period. He's got photographs of him together. We've got pictures of them together in rooms, albeit slow.
Well, this is really interesting, because we had gotten a transcript of this initially. Now you're actually able to hear and see some of this dinner that happened with donors to the president in 2018 at his hotel just a few blocks away from the White House. And what's important to keep in mind as you're listening to this is these are two men who were indicted on campaign finance charges, associates of the president's attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and he has denied knowing them, saying, yes, maybe he has these pictures that you're seeing there with him, but of course he's president and he takes pictures with lots of people. But now with this audio that goes for over an hour long, you're seeing that the president was at a pretty intimate dinner with these two men. You can hear their voices on the audio. It's not confirmed conclusively that it's them, of course. CNN wasn't at that dinner, but you...
Either way, you can analyze the audio and determine there's no cut marks. I'll be glad to do that for you. Unemployment is at an all-time high at 45%. In the United States, 97 million people don't work, of the 215 million that could work. Don't let Donald Trump fool you and the false statistics you're reading fool you. Our country is deeply unemployed. It's been happening at a large scale for a long, long time. Many people are barely able to make enough money off of food stamps to survive. And now Donald Trump cuts 4.2 million people from food stamps. Don't kid yourself. Anybody can fake statistics like Trump is ordering. If you look at the stock market, which recently dipped below 29,000, it's all fake. That's your fake news. Steve Mnuchin printed up $1.5 trillion over the past 2 years and stuck it in the stock market through buying up money market accounts and various other utilities. He is essentially propping up the stock market. The Dow Jones average is down 170 on news of the impeachment. No big solid gain from Donald Trump's trade negotiations with China. We're still looking at massive tariffs for agriculture and production, manufacturing. So no matter how much Donald Trump lies to you, whether he didn't meet Lev Parnas, whether he gladly show you my tax returns, no problem. We're still looking at a huge problem generated. The banks don't have a lot of activity. We're not seeing a lot of movement in the bank department. We're seeing very little investment capital coming into banks in America. They're mostly propped up by the expansion of credit. I know that's hard to believe, but it's true. Most banks are running on a shoestring budget with just a few tellers in there handling affairs. I believe I have a plan to get activity growing rapidly across the country. A new America will emerge. When we legalize marijuana, we'll see investment capital in cash all over the place. The growth of investment capital will be instantaneous. People will be buying marijuana distribution shops across the country. You're going to see states just light up like light bulbs in profit taking. And then you'll see the government, when I fully legalize it across the nation, begin to take control and steer this massive amount of potential growth. Whereas Trump doesn't have any. No new ideas, nothing. Yeah. Your false statistics on the unemployment qualified you as a mute, Donald. You can't come in here and cite false statistics that are not measured against the real number of unemployed people in the country. Don't fake us out with your lies. We're tired of your lies, Donald, okay? You might as well get your resignation papers in order because impeachment is very soon. The Republicans can't hide behind the fact that you just lied saying you didn't know Lev Parnas. And even Kellyanne Conway said she doesn't know the guy and she's sitting right next to him in a photograph. So the lies are enough of the lies, Donald, really. But we're going to see a brand new resurgence in growth in this country when we start remanufacturing things. But in the meantime, we have a very powerful tool that I'm proud to say I'm the originator of. The $500 a month per U.S. adult citizen universal basic income plan. It's not Andrew Yang's $1,000 a month, which is unsustainable. It's a plan to get average people, especially veterans, because 1/3 of our veterans are literally on the street right now. Get those people a little bit of money so that they can live their life peacefully and deal with some of their stress having fought in wars with a little legal marijuana. I am a powerful tool. That's right. And the fact is, I'm not your tool. I'm the tool of the American people. I'm not some corporate pig kissing ass to keep my loans under control with Deutsche Bank because I don't have any loans with Deutsche Bank like Donald does. I'm not some guy who went out and had sex, or worse than that, watched two women urinate on each other and have video taken by my opponents in Russia. Okay? You got that going for you, Donald. Nice. I saw that video. It's huge, huge. Granted, you weren't touching yourself. You were handling your tablet at the time, watching something on whatever you were watching, but the video's out there, Donald. Even Robert Mueller said it was used to blackmail you in the election. So, but this is a powerful tool that Donald will not offer. And I assure you, no Democrat standing in the election will offer it either. Stormy, that's inappropriate here. You know that. Now, Donald Trump, as you know, didn't pay his caterers who handled the Marla Maples wedding. He stiffed his caterer for $350,000. What do you think he's going to do to you if he continues to lie, cheat, and steal from this government? You're next. You won't get squat. Donald Trump doesn't want you to know that he didn't pay any taxes, or worse than that, he doesn't want you to know that he got money from Russian oligarchs buying his houses in Miami for triple their value, which is called money laundering. Now, this information is becoming more evident as the trial continues. We're going to see witnesses, because if the Republicans don't show witnesses, you're looking at a veritable nightmare for their reelection. There's 7 swing states where Republicans are right on the edge of losing to the Democrats. And this could happen in a second. Within the 2020 election, the Senate can flip to the Republicans, or rather to the Democrats. The House is likely to stay with the Democrats. So there's a very strong likelihood, if we don't see witnesses, you will see the Senate turn into a democratically led Senate, whether Trump runs or not, which is going to ensure the impeachment of Donald Trump. So it's kind of like the Republicans, if they don't take on witnesses like Mick Mulvaney, Rudy Giuliani, John Bolton, who's offered to testify, and most importantly, Donald McGahn, a guy who's openly said that Trump tried 5 times to fire Mueller around the White House. Oh, I'm going to fire him, I'm going to fire him. And every time he was stopped by his top people like John Kelly, the chief of staff at the time, and said, no, that's impeachable. Don't do that. That's impeachable. That's obstruction of justice, Donald. You can't stop the justice process. They had to tell him. Now, Donald will not allow Donald McGahn to testify after he's already told the Senate that that's what happened. So this covering of evidence in a live stream debate will make the Republicans look like shit in the eyes of their voters. Mark my words, they'll lose in those swing states if they don't allow witnesses in this trial, which is a constitutional requirement for him to have a legitimate trial, not just pretend like Moscow Mitch can get away with this and push this away like it's no big deal. Let me tell you a little bit about Moscow Mitch. He takes $3 million from a Russian oligarch to get elected. It's not his biggest donor, but it's one of his biggest donors. Is a sanctioned Russian oligarch. And they call him Moscow Mitch because he turned down a Kentucky mining company to do an aluminum mining project in Kentucky, and he gave it to a Russian firm. Can you believe that? He turned on his own Kentucky constituents and screwed them over, just like Donald Trump did to West Virginia when he offered China the entire state to mine coal in China. Basically, all of West Virginia is run by Chinese mining companies. It's crazy. So now we have to deal with the reality that you Trump-tards are standing in the way of America getting free and clear of Russian involvement. That your desire to cling to power is so great that you're willing to stand against our Constitution, ignore all the facts, the 17 witnesses concluding that Donald Trump did quid pro quo, and are now willing to throw our entire country under the bus so that you can retain power. I got news for you. You will not retain power in the Senate. It'll be over for you if you don't take on witnesses. So think about that. Now, Donald Trump has become the biggest sore, cancerous sore on the face of the earth when it comes to politics. Not only is he a politician, pretending to not be a politician, but he lies incessantly. It's like something he does for fun. Tony Schwartz, the guy who wrote his book, Art of the Deal, Tony Schwartz said that Donald Trump is pure evil. He's never met anybody as purely evil as Donald Trump. And the only reason why he can say that is because Tony Schwartz was smart enough to not sign a confidentiality non-disclosure agreement with Donald Trump. Donald Trump has a gag order on everybody in the White House that cannot be substantiated. The District Court of D.C. actually said that you can't require officers of the United States government in Donald Trump's administration to sign non-disclosure agreements. So if Omarosa is writing a book, she better write it, because she really has every reason to gain from that book, whereas them threatening her, that won't hold up in court. Donald Trump cannot force his people to sign non-disclosure agreements by law. So pretty soon you're going to see a lot more dirt coming out of the White House. The optimism in the personal economy is undermined by the fact that recently Steve Mnuchin announced to Zero Hedge that there's only, or rather, there's 1.5 trillion somewhere in our banking system, and he doesn't know where it is. This story is very important because what you've seen in the stock market is a pumping up of the stock market by advancing credit. I don't know if you guys were paying attention in the past couple of months to the national debt, but it zoomed into the $23 trillion area. 23.2 trillion right now in debt. It was 22 trillion or less when Donald Trump took office. It's over $1.5 trillion more in debt. And here we are wondering why. Well, Mnuchin explains why 1.5 trillion in $100 bills have disappeared. And you're not going to believe what he says. Not only have $100 bills doubled in circulation volume since the global crisis, it's now overtaking the $1 bill in currency. He claims that all across the world, people are investing our money, when in fact he's been buying up notes just to support.
Our next guest has been a
just to support this economy.
Key actor in with us.
Thanks, Lou. It's great to be with you as well. And as you said, it's been a great week for President Trump's economic plan, and we couldn't be happier with getting appropriations done. It's a lot of money for the military, big investment in our military. The president got the Space Force, and a lot of wins for the president. And This is going to be great for our farmers. They're buying a lot of goods.
Can you tell this man is a half-wit? Can you tell that he's the least respected economist in the entire country? Because every economist disagrees with him about everything, including tariffs. This guy somehow thinks tariffs are going to help our economy grow when in fact it's shrinking. Right? Our GDP is shrinking. The more they borrow money to fund the stock market, the more we lose in the long run. And they're getting away with it right now, moving money into various places to shore up the stock market.
It's about rebalancing it.
You use the expression, he wants free trade. I once had a discussion with Larry Kudlow on this. I've never heard the president talk about free trade. I've heard him talk about fair and reciprocal trade. Free trade connotes 4 decades of failure in terms of managing balances, in terms of reciprocity. It represents 50 years of consecutive trade deficits. I haven't heard the expression, frankly, free trade for months now, perhaps a year or so, until the deal is done, and now it's starting to be constructed a bit, and correct me if I'm wrong, is a free trade deal. I think it's more a fair and reciprocal trade deal. Straighten me out.
I don't think this is a free trade deal. I think this is a reciprocal trade deal. And, you know, the president's been very clear on reciprocal tariffs and reciprocal trade and balanced trade. And from the first meeting we had with President Xi and President Trump brought this up. He said, we need to have balanced trade. This has to be that it works in both directions.
I got news for you. The recent trade agreement didn't cut tariffs at all. No advance by Donald Trump to drop tariffs. No advance by China to drop tariffs. Now farmers are cut off from $17 billion a year in trade with China. Farmers are not happy that their soybeans and sorghum isn't sold at all around the world, and the world is not benefiting because of Donald Trump's stubborn addiction to tariffs. This guy who printed up $1.5 trillion and we can't explain where it is. He can't explain where it is. Obviously, supporting the idea of tariffs as some sort of a means to accomplish something has no economic ground or foundation to draw his conclusions. He's a dimwit. Everybody in Donald Trump's administration is a dunce, including Jared Kushner, who, by the way, is the only guy who gets intel reports because Donald is too busy. He doesn't like to be bothered with the military. Yeah. You're in Phoenix? Nice. All right, so we've got that going for us, which is great. 1.5 trillion has been infused in the market, so hopefully we'll ride on this for a while without knowing what really happened. That's nice. I wouldn't overreact to the coronavirus problem yet, although I would ban all travel from China. And you may say, well, David, that's overreacting. Actually, it's precautionary. I would ban all travel from China right now, just to be safe that more and more people are coming in unknowingly that they're infected. I don't wear hair plugs. It's my real hair. Thank you. What if this is the end of times? I don't think so. I believe that we're in the apex of a brand new future. One where we can actually begin the process of healing this beautiful earth of ours. Water filtration, air filtration, everything's in place. You just need a person who will lead the nation. We don't have a leader, we have a liar for a president. Now, because we have people trying to promote Donald Trump here, this is not the place to promote Donald Trump. You found the wrong party. We're here to expose his lies, like claiming he doesn't know Lev Parson. Lev Parnas is now coming off as the most credible person in America. At first, we looked at him and went, yeah, this guy is some sort of a thug for Giuliani. And at first, Giuliani didn't say much about Lev, but now that Lev is revealing the truth, it's a whole different story. And I got to tell you, I like Lev Parnas. He seems like a credible person. And thank goodness Lev is trying to expose the truth to save himself from any more accusations. He's doing a great job. I'm very impressed. Giuliani running his mouth off too much, as usual. But wouldn't it be great to actually get these people to testify in a real trial as opposed to something run by Mitch McConnell, the guy who works for Russia? You literally are going to have this country run by a guy who has no chin? I don't have financials. I told you that. Thank you. Bye. I retired like 10 years ago. I don't have financials, buddy. I live on a meager budget, and I show you how to cook affordably at my cooking show. If you want to go check it out, it's a great way to save money. And believe me, most of you will be able to succeed with my methods. Whereas if you try to follow Donald Trump and become completely ripped apart financially, borrowing money like he does, you won't stand a chance in this economy. You'll be mowed over. So check it out. My YouTube channel has almost 100 recipes. You can save lots of money on food. Yeah. Feel free. I did this for you. Thank you. Hey, I welcome people questioning me, and anyone who wants to question my background, open it up. You'll find a monk inside. The only difference between me and a monk at a monastery is a group of people around me praying. Otherwise, I live the most ascetic life any human being could possibly live. I'm literally one step away from Jesus in that regard. I'm not comparing myself to Jesus, but I live so meagerly and humbly and non-materialistically that I could put on a white robe and carry a, where is my, I don't know what happened to it. Oh, it's holding up the wall. I could carry my staff and my rod. But instead, I live a humble life, and I'm not trying to, claim that I'm Jesus, because I'm not. But I will keep people out who get $5 every time they troll our show. There's a word that is kind of weird right now. There's somebody said that they're giving people $5 every time somebody gets a hateful statement through in our show. I can't confirm or deny that's possible. Well, no, the wall itself, I put in extra bulletproofing. And in order to prepare myself for this run, I built up my house quite a bit. So I used my staff to hold up one of my bulletproof boards up against the wall. Yeah, it'll support it, but I'll grab it some other time when I nail it to the wall. I haven't finished that. Well, let's be clear. Barack Obama is a homosexual, and he's married to a transgender. Hillary Clinton said something shocking. Yeah. Shocking. I'll show it to you. Hang on. Let me remove my important mottos here. According to the Babylon Bee, which I'm fairly unsure about, but if it's true, Hillary is completely unhinged. It's doing great, Rodney. Hillary said Sanders would be more likable if he'd just have the people who don't like him assassinated. Now, this belies a deeper problem, don't you think? A woman who's gotten away with some pretty ridiculous things. Nancy, I don't believe you're real. I tend to believe you're the Trump guy that came in harassing us earlier. So could you please identify the annual income of your son, Paul, to verify that it's really you? Yeah, what is Paul Pelosi's annual income? I agree. He is abusing his power. No, I'm not talking about Paul. I'm talking about his son. Company co-founded by Nancy Pelosi. I don't know. I don't know what the cost of Botox is for her. Charged with securities fraud. I don't want to subscribe right now. He was operating officer for Natural Blue Resources, and they're charged with SEC violations. Pelosi owned over 10 million shares in the company in 2009. Yeah, I don't really have an annual income on, but I know Hunter Biden made $30,000 a month. So, what was it, $18,000 a month Paul makes? Yeah, you can tell me it's okay. We're on first term basis, Nancy. But I urge you to not take COX-2 inhibitors with alcohol. Your doctor should warn you about that. There's a long-term effect on your liver. Just so you know. Dave, based on your opinions, we could have impeached Abraham Lincoln? No. Abraham Lincoln was a good guy. He just happens to be the guy you don't like. Yeah, this looks pretty legit. She says, if you want to be likable in politics, you got to be willing to fight for it and maybe kill for it, she said. The absolute number of people that like Bernie may not go up, but the percentage of surviving people who like him will increase. And the people who still don't like him won't want to say anything. Best kind of likability is the kind that comes when people are too afraid to speak up against you. I want people to be afraid of how much they love me. Seriously? Many political commentators quickly condemning her remarks have recently turned up dead. I don't know if Babylon Bee is legitimate. This looks fake to me. I don't know. It just looks fake to me, okay? So allegations, she said that, all right? Thank you. But we all know from the Hillary body count that the Clinton body count is not a pretty picture. About 150 people dead. That's not fake news. That's real. That's not fake. That's real. You've been muted. Yes, well, COX-2 inhibitors killed my mother. I found this out recently when listening to RFK Jr. speak about the dangers of Big Pharma. And I found out that Big Pharma has been allowing a particular one, Vioxx, to be sold, and it's linked to heart attacks in women. And my mother had lots of heart attacks. It was very sad. Yeah. And I can't really pursue this now other than to talk about the fact that what RFK Jr. did was really miraculous. He brought up something that kind of opened my eyes to what happened to my mom. Yeah, the doctors would never identify her problems, and they just kept giving her this pain reliever that's supposedly new in the market called Vioxx. And now I'm finding it caused heart attacks. So Big Pharma killed my mother, and the pesticide, herbicide industry killed my father. The Democrats have every reason to do what they're doing. It's a process by which Donald Trump will be impeached. And you retardicans will have to wake up in the process and stop living in the dream world that Donald Trump can defend himself by saying, oh, I didn't do any bad things. The only supportive evidence you have that Donald Trump didn't do anything bad is that Donald Trump said so. That's your defense. The retardicans are using that defense by saying, oh, it's all a hoax. It's all a big Russian hoax. It's all a big scam. I mean, my God, you retardicans absolutely have no clue as to what good and honest people sound like, because you're obviously listening to scammers all your life. And now you come in here trying to attack me to get a few bucks. It's crazy. There was nothing in the hearings that was fresh. It's all the same crap out of the Republicans with no absolute proof. Whereas the Democrats have delivered proof after proof after proof, testimony after testimony, all from people that work directly with a situation. So what does Mitch McConnell want to do? Nothing. And Lindsey Graham, he's talking through two sides of his mouth. One side is, I really want to stop the Bidens, yeah. And the other side is, I don't want to have Hunter Biden testify. Lindsey Graham is a sneaky snake of the highest order who is literally trying to evade the fact that he himself is taking Russian oligarch money himself. Look at this. Colluding with Russian oligarchs like Len Blavatnik. You people ought to be ashamed of yourself. You think you can pull over the wool over our eyes this long? No, I'm glad the Democrats are exposing your evil, corrupt ways. And it's just a matter of time before the will of the people will master and take control over your ridiculous rhetoric that, oh, it's all a lie. Just a matter of time before the process expurges the tumor of a president from the White House. I believe in the process. I believe that if this man is conducting illegal activities, he needs to go. You, however, are willing to cling to power so you can retain your Republican lead in the Senate. You'll lose that. You keep going down this road of turning your back on witnesses and the constitutional rule of law. You Republicans will end up facing the music, and it's not pretty. I myself left the party of the Democrats because they didn't do enough to share the truth. They weren't democratic enough. They kept everybody in the dark. And they started talking about using phrases and words to mold our thinking. That is when people have converted our country into a mush-brained libtard land. But believe me, the Democrats are all we got. During the 2016 election, I kept telling people, vote Democrat in the House and Republican in the Senate, because I wanted balance. I wanted what we have today. And you got it. Everything I wanted, you got. Now you have to realize that those staunch conservatives are slowly going to pry open their brains. As we begin to see the truth about Donald Trump lying, and believe me, the light is at the end of the tunnel right now, you will see the gradual illumination of this dark world that Donald lives in, with mobsters and oligarchs and people making phone calls like Henry Kissinger. Mr. President, I must remind you that we have to get out of Syria and allow Russia to take over. We'll hear the truth about how these New World Order players are working the scenes behind both the Russian Zionists and the U.S. Zionists, the AIPAC group that dominates the Democratic and Republican Party. And I won't take money from AIPAC. I am relaxed, but you got to understand, I've got people who are being paid to come in here and attack our show. This is not some joke, man. We're in constant attack mode every night. You know that. That's hilarious. Check out this meme. It's funny. Trump reaches out to female voters. Is that Sigourney Weaver? That's Alien, right? The movie Alien. That's hilarious. That's a good one to close on. Well, I'm going to let you guys continue your talk. Many of you are Republicans, I realize that, and you don't like me calling you names. And I'm going to call you names because you're not waking up to the truth. You're not waking up to the simple facts in front of you. Donald Trump has got a secret deal with the Russian oligarchs. That's how he financed his win in the election. They cheated. They controlled over 184 million impressions on Facebook alone that we know of to go in favor of Donald. But I will say this. The Republicans have unleashed a tremendous amount of reveals regarding the FBI. And I know and you know that the FBI aren't doing their job. Because somehow they've overlooked the simple fact, just because you can be bought doesn't make you a Republican. You're right. Democrats can be bought too, guest 817. Good point. Yeah. Very good point. Yeah, we don't let anybody win here coming into the show and attacking us. Now, Rodney is saying that Mark has put a bounty on my head. Can you verify this? Because that's going in a threat log right now. Yeah, I don't see any third-party verification of this. It's good chat, William. One of the reasons why this show is so popular is because I've groomed it into the perfect political chat show. There isn't anything even remotely as good as this online. PolitiChat, anything out there is just nothing compared to this. I recorded that as a threat. We got the anti-Zionists coming out in force here. You got a meme with Netanyahu saying, we just want peace. A piece of Lebanon, a piece of Jordan, and a piece of Syria. Well, no, they've been very gracious. The Israeli government has been very gracious. No, I've never been to a show like that, Stormy. Netanyahu has been abundantly gracious to all of the Muslim world when they gave them the Sinai Peninsula. It wasn't his giving, but Menachem Begin handed it over to Anwar Sadat. But Israel's been very kind to allow people to come into the West Bank. They have Gaza designated for Palestinians. It's not like they're holding on to these territories. They've been abundantly kind to the people, the Muslims. In fact, under Arafat's rule, they actually were offered a place that they could call their homeland. Many of you don't realize back in the 67, after the Yom Kippur War, they were actually offered a homeland, the Palestinians were. It just didn't include Jerusalem. And they turned them down. It's not like Israel isn't trying to make amends. Mark has made millions of dollars, William Shatner. If you don't understand that, you don't understand the whole subplot going on underneath this show about censorship. Ask yourself a simple question. How does Mark finance the servers to run regularly? Where does he get the money to run his servers? I'm hearing a lot of empty space out there. That being the case, the only answer is Mark is being paid by somebody. I've heard from various people. He drives a Nissan that he was given by Donald Trump, and he has a new car and a new truck for his dad. Yeah. But where is he getting the money to operate the show? You don't have an answer, do you? That's because it's hidden. It's not evident. Okay? That's your first clue. Follow the money. I personally don't have any forensic studies being done or conducted against Mark. I'm not looking for financial experts to track his personal income. I just tell you, from everybody who comes in the show on a daily basis, I get people saying, yeah, Mark pays good. He pays every Thursday. Mark pays me to troll the show, dude. We made millions of dollars. Impeachment. We made millions of dollars on you, dude. Yeah, we get this all the time. Every night. Well, I applaud Adam Schiff's effort to explain exactly all the corruption that's going on. He leveled the boom on Russia and how they're a desperate nation seeking to pad their pockets and control other nations that are more powerful. Thank you, Scissor Fight. We got a lot of stuff coming up from 153 News for you tonight. Thank you. And one from the coronavirus. Schiff hasn't lied at all. Schiff has not made one statement that cannot be backed up and substantiated. And I listened to every bit of the testimony. There's no lies there. It's just you claiming everything's a lie. That's what this is. I did discuss the coronavirus. I said, don't worry about it, but Donald Trump should have instigated a travel ban on everybody from China. I told you that you should not worry personally right now, but the coronavirus is a potential international danger. And Donald Trump hasn't taken the precautionary efforts to put a travel ban together. It would not have been that hard to do. You must be an idiot. You're out of here. You expect to be in the show for very long? No, Schiff has done everything by the book. You may not like the way Schiff looks. You may think that Schiff has those, very big eyes that kind of look right at you. But I'm not really worried about that. Yeah, you're not allowed to be a Trump supporter. I thought when you named yourself Trump Tardo, you were admitting you were an idiot. And you, sir, Schiff is the whistleblower. I don't even care if Schiff is the whistleblower. It doesn't even matter to me. What about the whistleblower are you so fixated on? You all want to see the whistleblower testify, yet you don't want anyone to testify. Do you realize how sick that sounds, how you're trying to cover up a lie? Yeah, you don't want anyone to testify, but you really want the whistleblower to testify. There's nothing to snap out of. It all points to Donald Trump being an outright liar. And he was caught right in that lie recently. Big time. He says he doesn't know Lev Parnas. We now know that he's talked openly to Lev Parnas about how Russia and the Ukrainian war would turn out. Donald Trump seems to be wanting to protect Russia at all times, everywhere he turns. I've dedicated an entire room I call the War Room, in which all the evidence right there points to Donald Trump's guilt. He refuses to show his IRS tax returns, even though he himself said, "Oh, I gladly show you my tax returns, no problem," before the election. He never made a tape of Putin and himself, even though he himself was under investigation for 3 years. Some of you would argue that Ronald Reagan didn't make a tape of Gorbachev. Well, Ronald Reagan was not under investigation for colluding with Russia for 3 years. Trump has been. He didn't impose Russian sanctions for nearly 2 years, against the advice of 99% of Congress. He disrespected our ally, NATO, which is the #1 contender with Russia, their biggest problem. He hurt Ukraine. 84 days he withheld funding, and that's what this impeachment is about, which cost many, many Ukrainian lives, which you Trump-tards have no idea nor care about. He destabilized Venezuela by installing some ridiculous puppet leader from Goldman Sachs, or the CIA-led puppet leader, which didn't work. That backfired. Now Maduro wants a missile silo. If you're tired, go to bed, buddy. Now Maduro wants a missile silo for Russia as part of the deal of getting financial backing from Russia. So guess what? We've got a hypersonic missile and silo being installed in Venezuela because of Donald Trump, aimed at the U.S. He left Syria to Russia, even handed him over a complete airstrip that the U.S. government created. Oh yeah, and that pissed off a lot of Republicans, believe it or not. They're not forgetting that. He literally wanted to start a war with Iran to cover this impeachment thing by waiting 7 months to kill Soleimani and 5 others, triggering a massive crisis in Iran, which led to the death of 176 people when a plane crashed, allegedly. And that instantly raised the price of oil, which helped Russia, because they're heavily financed on oil. That instantly gave Russia sales of S-300s to Iraq and S-400s to Iran, which helps Russia. And he started a China trade war with the ridiculous sanctions he placed on Iran, which now has pissed off China to the max, not helping our economy, not helping China's economy, and giving Russia a better chance to look better because their economy is about the size of Texas. All right.
We can make love like a night of God. I just match my words to my action.
Now, this horrible copyright-free music shouldn't be that bad. Now, because I am aware of all the truth in the show, I am not suffering from denial. Tariffs. You realize that you, the consumer, actually are bearing the brunt of the tariffs? I mean, you got to be retards, excuse me, retardicans, to believe that tariffs are good for this country. There's no magic amount of money coming from China because they're cutting off exports to the U.S. How are we getting money from that? You are retarded, aren't you? All of you are really stupid. You don't realize how stupid you are. That's why you group together like a bunch of huddling lemmings waiting to jump off the cliff. Yeah, your retardicans are literally destroying our country with your stupidity. Instead of listening to all the facts that were presented in this trial, you retardicans have cut off your little blinky eye. Everything about your blinky eyes is shut down. And you're just like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. It's all a lie. It's all fake news. It's all a Russian hoax. Everything to you is just a big blur, isn't it? You don't even pay attention to anything they're saying. You have no clue as to what's going on. The U.S. isn't doing better than ever. The stock market's been artificially pumped up with $1.5 trillion in borrowing. Have you not looked at the national debt lately? Worldwide darts? It's skyrocketing under Trump. You people really are retarded, aren't you? I feel so sorry for you all. You were born with limited intelligence. You're walking around like a bunch of dullards, wondering, oh, I like Trump. Oh, he's a great guy. I really support him. Oh, my goodness. I know people like you who live on beer and wine and booze to drown their own sorrows and their own lack of brain cells. You are literally living in a state of brain-dead reality because you keep denying the facts that are right in front of you. It's amazing. All right, I'm going to wrap it up tonight, but thank you for watching the extended show. I'll be in the show till 1 in the morning with videos galore. We've got lots of good links that are alternative.
Hi, everybody. It's January 25, 2020.
Thank you. We got alternative views from various sources. Scissorfight gave us a lot of great links tonight. Thank you, Scissorfight. Yeah. So we have endless shows and endless conversations to go tonight. You can hang out, watch the shows, talk. You're basically worthless sacks of shit who come in here supporting Donald Trump. I told you I want ex-Dems, ex-reps, and centrists coming in here. Everyone else out of here. Okay? Thank you. Don't come back. Now, we'll be banning on a regular basis, so get used to it. I'm not banning anybody who disagrees with me. I'm just banning people that support Trump. You guys don't belong here. We're among people who have brains here, not people who are retardicans who simply go, oh, Donald, he would never lie to us. We caught him on a big lie when he said he didn't know Lev Parnas, you stupid idiots. And that lie is going to get bigger, like a little hole turns into a gaper. And you're going to find out how many lies this guy's been spewing to you daily, and you believe him. Now, you need a higher intelligence than 100 IQ to come in here and understand us. Many of you don't have the brain power to comprehend our show or even listen to the truth that Adam Schiff has carefully laid out. Because you didn't listen to any of the testimony, you just call it all lies and just in one ear, out the other. You're on the wrong end of the deal here. Because in the end, you will lose the Senate race in 2020. It'll go to the Democrats. That's what's coming. If you don't have witnesses called in this trial, I guarantee the Senate will go to the Democrats, period. And I don't even like the Democrats. Okay, China coronavirus plague outbreak flu part 2. Thank you. All right, we're all set. We've got everything lined up for you tonight. A really, really big shoe. Now, because some people just don't understand our format, they're not welcome here. When we realized we were being censored heavily on the internet, and every single bit of it was being attacked on a nightly basis with people who actually have money that they're given by somebody to come and attack us, we know that this whole process is going to take a lot longer than you think. I'm in it for the long haul. Nobody in any way is going to cave into your threats. And you retardicans who think that you can threaten your way like bullies, like Donald does, you just met your match. I spit you out, eat you, and spit you out for dinner. Yeah, you don't qualify as food. You're kind of like that stuff that they're feeding the Chinese people. Yeah. What do they call it? Bat soup? Yeah. You're eating the bat soup, you people, and you don't really even realize it. These ladies have apologized. The Chinese government has asked them to apologize for openly eating bats. Yeah, very scary. They're telling their people, don't eat bats. We wouldn't allow any type of racism here. We've never been cool with him, you know that. He's just in here because he's run on the skids. A lot of you retardicans know that Donald Trump got caught in a massive lie, and now you're trying to cover up your ass. Yeah, you're basically exposed. All of you retardicans show. So I'm going to have to ask all of you retardicans to leave the show. I appreciate that. Don't come back. It is great, yeah, to see that China is getting these girls to say it's very bad to eat bats. All right, that's it for me. I am signing off. Because this is the hottest show on the internet, many of you try to get in here and can't. If you can't find us and can't get into the chat room, go to coolrock.com. and experience what that site's about, and you will see the chat room one way or another, allowing Flash to work until the end of this year. Flash is going to work till the end of this year, and then we'll be replacing it with a 24/7 program in which I'll do a live show during that time period. All right, this is David Sponheim, Mr. Right, signing off. Take care.
In a world where bass rules the planet and its inhabitants worship sound, two superpowers collide. We bring you a nightly soundscape of incredible music. Join us at coolrock.com and watch virtual chat, great music, and interactive news links.